Thank you. Now we will move to announcement of actions in closed session.
Yes, Mr. President, I have two announcements followed by our superintendent who has two announcements. By a unanimous vote of 7-0, the board approved two special ed settlement matters known as OEH case number 2017-03-1156 and case number 02. That concludes my announcements at a closed session, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Hansen. I'm pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote of 7-0, approved the appointment of Ms. Denise Lambert as principal, the Met Sacramento High School. I'm also pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote of 7-0, approved the appointment of Gino DeBresciu as principal, Pony Express Elementary School.
We'll let you take Gino away from McClatchy, but that's okay. Well, he's going to a fine place, so congratulations to both of you. Yeah, Daryl gets them. All right, we will move to agenda adoption. I have a motion. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained? Thank you very much. Public comment, Mr. Barrios.
We have 4 public comments. First up is Dr. Tanya Ochonma, followed by Sergeant First Class Luke Draper, David Fisher, and Shanna Just.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for having me tonight. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Dr. Tanya Ochama, and I work for the United States Army Recruiting Command, and I'm responsible for ensuring that America's youth have access to military options, to include the Armed Services Aptitude Battery Program, as well as the Career Exploration Program. So I'm here tonight just to talk about the Career Exploration Program. The ASVAB, as many of you know it, is the Armed Services Free Program for high school students. And what we try to do is promote this program for students when they're in their junior and senior year. The ASVAB Career Exploration Program is an excellent opportunity for students to find out what their interests are. Oftentimes, students graduate from high school and have no idea what in the world they want to do. So the Army helps with that. We do a little bit more than just recruiting. We are here to ensure that America's youth have that type of access. So the Career Exploration Program is a free program. It's no cost to the students, the staff, or the district. We even send out test administrators to help the career counselors organize the setup for the ASVAB, as well as provide the test administrators with that too. So I just handed out some high school program guides. Each of you have a copy. My bio is in there, my card's in there, and the ASVAB Career Exploration Program is on page 25. So when you get an opportunity, review it, and we highly encourage that you promote this in your high schools. Like I said, it's an excellent program. I'm a soldier myself. I took it 22 years ago, and I'm still proudly serving. If it had not been for that test, I don't know what I would have majored in going off to college. So this is an excellent resource that's absolutely free for your students. So thank you so much. Any questions?
Next speaker is Sergeant First Class Luke Draper.
How's everybody doing this morning or evening? All right.
Evening.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of your district meeting tonight. It's an honor for me to be here. My name is Sergeant First Class Draper. I am from Rancho Cordova, U.S. Army Recruiting Station. I've served in the Army for 15 years now as an Army infantryman, and then a year as a recruiter here in the Rancho Cordova area, working with Rosemont High School and George Washington Carver High School. I'm here this evening to make you guys aware of how the Army prepares the students for the ASVAB, and not just for the ASVAB, but for life in general when it comes time for students taking the ACTs, SATs, and more. The Army has partnered up with Patterson and College Option Foundations to design a test preparation program where students can improve their standardized test scores. The program is called March to Success. It is a free, no obligation, web-based application that makes high-quality test preparation for the students. The Army does not collect any information and does not track any of the school affiliation. Privacy is respected with the students and within the program. In the last year, we have had a great success working with students that are high school seniors and grads as well to ensure higher scores on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test. Last year, we put in 2 students from George Washington Carver High School and Rosemont High School who now have careers as one went in as a tank crew member, one working as mechanic, a paralegal, and a logistical specialist. So if you'd like more information about this program, it's on page 4 of the programs that you guys received. And one of the other things that we also do within the schools and within the community is last year we have conducted a lot of presentations on leadership, anti-bullying, career progression, and education to youth to help develop them into the future leaders that we all want them to be. Good? All right, you guys got any questions? All right, appreciate it.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Good evening, Superintendent and President Hanson and the rest of the board. Since the board last met, some interesting things have happened. Last Friday, the district released its unaudited actuals, and consistent with the last several years, the district once again underestimated its surplus. While the budget assumed a surplus of $154,000, the actual surplus was $4.77 million. Another $4.7 million to the reserve, which is more than 31 times higher than budgeted, confirming yet again our analysis that the district remains in the best financial position in its history. Less public was a document we also received from the business office on Friday also. That demonstrates that there are still 119 FTE vacancies among certificated staff in the district. Among language, speech, and hearing specialists, the district is unlawfully subcontracting approximately half of the work of the district employees. Even with this, the district is failing to meet the standards mandated by Ed Code regarding the staff, the staffing of language, speech, and hearing specialists. By the way, by abiding by Ed Code really shouldn't have to be in a bargaining proposal. It's the minimum staffing required by the law. We know Sac City is a destination district for administrators, but now how about the students and educators? Despite receiving $800 more per student in ADA than San Juan and Oak Grove, class sizes in Sac City are larger, student nurse ratio is higher, the student to psychology ratio in Sac City is higher, special education teacher to student ratio in Sac City is higher, and so on. Last night, like many of you, I attended the superintendent's task force on improving graduation rates in our district. I was listening intently when the district's keynote speaker, Russell Rumberger, author of the book that we all got yesterday, a professor of education at UC Santa Barbara, made the following points, which are reiterated in this book, Dropping Out, published by Harvard Press. On page 197, several studies found that higher teacher salaries were associated with lower dropout rates. One study that used a more sophisticated model for teacher salaries found that by raising teacher salaries by 10%, reduced school dropout rates by 3 to 4%. Page 229, another early intervention that shows to improve high school graduation rates is small class sizes in early elementary schools. And on page 235, lower class size and raising teacher salaries are 2 of the top 5 proven interventions and biggest bang for the buck in a cost-benefit analysis. Also, according to the district's own LCAP, the direction given to you as a board by the dedicated group of community stakeholders, the most significant ways that Sac City will increase or improve services for low-income students, English learners, and foster youth include, number 1, ensuring that every student has a fully credentialed, highly qualified teacher. Number 2, providing professional learning to support student achievement. Number 3, continuing to focus on equity and social justice through a coordinated approach to positive school climate. And number 4, providing interventions, during the school day and in an after-school space. So in short, our contract proposals mirror the same thing that the LCAP desires. Our hope is that we can help the district follow its LCAP and become a destination district for Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Hi. So my name is Shannon Just, and I'm a science teacher at Luther Burbank High School. And I've been a member of the bargaining team for 11 months, and I've been to every single bargaining session. And I did want to say, I certainly appreciate the change in the tone and the tenor of negotiations since Mr. Aguilar became superintendent. So it's certainly been a change, and progress has been made, and it certainly feels different as a member of the bargaining team. However, while your proposals have gotten a little bit better, they still don't really address the problem, which is we cannot retain teachers that we get them trained, they get good, and then they leave to go elsewhere because they can make $9,000 to $10,000 more per year by going to Elk Grove. Just as a specific example, my sister-in-law, she has a master's degree, she's a reading specialist, she has a master's degree in reading, and she teaches kindergarten. She has 9 years of experience. Unless there's a major change, she's going to go to Elk Grove next year because she can literally make $9,000 a year more. She's a wonderful kindergarten teacher. She would like to stay. Financially, it doesn't make sense for her to stay. She came in on column C. Her master's degree means nothing because she's not able to bring all her master's degree and all her learning and get credit for it on our salary scale. She can in Elk Grove. That's a major problem that your proposal doesn't address, right? You address letting take experience, but not letting take education. So you're telling people with master's degrees and doctorate degrees, don't come work here. The other problem, just at Burbank, just in the last 12 months, we lost 8 teachers to go to other school districts. They left to go. That's 10% of our teaching staff. 10%. And most of those people, again, your median age of teachers leaving the district is 11 years. And that includes people who've been here 30 years that are retiring. Your median is 11. They're leaving as soon as they get good. And so I would just encourage you to, if you're going to solve the teacher recruitment and retention problem, then your proposal needs to address that problem. Thank you.
Very much.
Pooney Holst.
Hi, good evening. My name is Pooney Holst, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I have a daughter who is a senior at McClatchy High School. A year ago, I ran for and got a position on the McClatchy School Site Council because I wanted to learn more about the school and see what I could do to help. And I'm going to break away from my notes for a moment. I am an immigrant myself. I was born in another country. My mother is an immigrant, and she only had a high school diploma from her country. My father just applied to the college that he was told to apply to, and he went. So what I'm talking about is near and dear to my heart when I talk about these Title I funds and helping these students who these funds are supposed to benefit. The School Site Council is intended to make the school more responsive to Title I students' needs. The following points I'm about to present demonstrate that the administration is not doing all that it should to help bridge the achievement gaps and help with student success. It appears to me that the decisions are being made and opportunities are being lost to help students reach their academic goals. My primary complaints are with the school's administrative leadership. 1, the school site council members were never given an opportunity to provide adequate input, review, or approve the 2017 to 2018 budget. 2, the funds do not appear to be being used for their intended purposes. The month before the budget was submitted, the council had been discussing a request from the math department for 2 bilingual aides to help them in the classroom. And that was put by the wayside because the budget was submitted without our input. There was discussion, but nothing happened. The school's leadership's communication with the council is very poor. When I have asked for specific information about the students' academic data or school programs, only rarely has specific data or information on what we have asked for been provided. 5, the last school year, at one of the first council meetings, I inquired about 5 or 10-year goals or targets for the school. The answer I was given was obfuscation, a list of programs the school already had. And 6, over the past year, the school's administration was asked to help get the word out about the elections, and the elections did not go well in the spring, and they were even worse in the fall. I actually wrote quite a bit, and I'm going to go ahead and give these to the secretary because I would really like you to consider these complaints that I have. And I'm not just complaining, I also have recommendations on how improvements can be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right. We will move on to our public hearing. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Hernandez.
All right, good evening, revered board members and President Hansen, Superintendent Aguilar. I am Jack Kramer, Director of Innovative Schools and Charter Oversight. Tonight, I will be facilitating the public hearing of 5 charter petitions. With me tonight, starting with Solaris College Preparatory, we have to my left, Mr. Norm Hernandez. He is principal. And he will make a presentation immediately after my presentation. With our 5 public hearings tonight, Solaris, they will be the only one that is a renewal petition. The balance of the 5, they will all be initial charter petitions. The contents for tonight's public hearing for the renewal charter will be an overview of the charter school, the process of charter renewal, the purpose of the public hearing, next steps, and then, as mentioned before, a presentation by Solaris. Solaris, they have been in operations for 14 years with an opening date of August 2003. Their school year enrollment from last year, 328, serving as a K-8 school. The school is located on district-owned facilities at 6620 Gloria Drive. They are an independent charter of the district. Their renewal petition, as with all the others, was submitted on September 8th. Board action is currently scheduled for November 2nd. Charter expiration for their current is June 30th, 2018. The process for renewal charter petitions, as well as initial charter petitions, they're very similar, but not exact. And as the presentation goes throughout tonight, I will note the differences. The renewal charter petition, it in essence works on a 60-day cycle. It starts with the submission of the petition. The clock at that point starts. The middle portion, go, is the public hearing, which is happening at this point. By no later than the 60th day, we have board action. The exception to that is if there's a mutually agreed upon extension. And with that, one of the important things to note about renewal charter petitions is that if the board is not timely in making an approval or denial for all charter renewals, it is an automatic approval. So marking time is of the essence. Throughout this process, the charter review team, they will review and evaluate the petition and thereafter submit a written report for the board. The purpose of tonight's public hearing, per Ed Code 47605B and 47607A2, is to allow the public to, the public hearing will allow the governing board to consider the level of support for the petition. It will allow for petitioners and the public to speak regarding the renewal petition. And finally, it will allow interested parties to comment to the governing board regarding their support or opposition for the petition. Our next steps for the renewal petition, district staff, we will continue our review of previous practices and data. We will review proposed practices and data, as well as the renewal charter petition itself. As mentioned before, there is a 60-day timeline. I would like to note that Solaris, they have agreed to a 30-day extension, and with that, board action is once again currently scheduled for November 2nd. At this point, I'd like to bring back Mr. Hernandez.
Good evening. Is it going to come up? Okay, so good evening, boy, there it goes. So thank you for seeing me again. Saw you guys about a couple weeks ago, so I'm just going to go through my presentation and give you kind of a high-level overview, and I'll take any and all questions you may have for me towards the end, and I also welcome for further questions afterwards via email, phone call, or text message if you so please. I'm open, and I welcome all of you to come and visit the campus yourselves and see what we do hands-on and get a real understanding of what SAC Prep is about. Okay, so again, our mission is, as in all schools, is to prepare all our students with the knowledge, skills, habits necessary to compete and succeed in college and in life. Again, that's been our mantra since our inception, which is aligned with Common Core, which is college and career readiness. We were doing that back in 2003. We had that in mind even as a middle school, thinking of that. Our vision is to create, and still is our vision even when we started, is to continue to create effective, high-achieving public school students or offer them opportunity to attend a rigorous education that may only be afforded to them at typical private schools or schools that are very selective about their incoming students. But what we want to do is make sure we are available or offer that to whatever student decides to take us on and enroll at our school. As you guys are, I'm pretty sure you're well aware of, there are 4 renewal requirements, and we only have to meet 1. As you can see, based on the chart that has been presented to you, we've met all 4. And I know that the API is no longer used as a scale score, but on our last API score, we were 150 based off of our 3-year average. As we go further in, our API score jumped significantly throughout the years and maintained that. Our overall school ranking as last ranked was an 8, and our similar school ranking was a 10. So again, we hit 3 so far. The last mark is for you to decide as a board, and this is our 3rd renewal, and along that there was an amendment in between prior to our last renewal, in which the district allowed us to add the grades K-4. Prior to that, we were only grades 5 through 8, and we knew we couldn't sustain as a school, so we went ahead and petitioned to allow the grades K through 4. We work to seek, one of our biggest things is we work a collaborative partnership with the district. And that sounds weird and to a lot of people, but our goal is to break down that charter district students. They're really all of our students, right? It's all of our students. Sorry. Get a little choked up, I think about that. But we really work to collaborate with district schools, principals, and teachers to bring together the concept of learning for all of the kids, not just SAC Prep, but all the kids in SAC. Let me get off the slide. Some facts about our school. As Jack noted, we were founded in 2003. We opened with 74 students. In the 5th grade, we were co-located with PS7 in Oak Park. We call them the original 50 because only 50 of them went through our program. They have now graduated from college, or I'd say a significant portion of them graduated from college. Some of them are even teachers for your school district now. They're teachers at charter schools, and some have gone on to do their master's degree. Due to spacing issues back then, we had to move around five times, not really having a place, but we still maintained our kind of integrity, and we worked at building the school that we are today. Despite all those moves, we were still able to make significant growth academically, which if you go back and look at our historical data through our API, it'll show that. In 2011, we worked with the district, and through Prop 39, we're given the Bear Flag location that we currently reside, and we've been residing for the last 5 years. As noted before, our first renewal was approved in 2008, with our second renewal in 2013. In between that, we then did also receive an amendment to our charter, which allowed us to go to add the grades K-4. And then again, in 2012, I'm just noting, just a significant fact, though, we're the only school in Sacramento to receive the Title I Achievement Award. If you're not familiar with that, that's the award that schools are given for closing the achievement gap over 3 years. We were the only school in that year to receive that award. Again, we tell all of our students, this is our mantra, the price of success is preparation, responsibility, respect, community, and excellence. Mining all 5 of those aspects will prepare them for success and things they will need to do to accomplish things in life. Based off of these are just a snapshot of our survey. With my petition, I submitted a sample of our survey. 95% of our parents are, satisfied or very satisfied with the overall quality, the communication, and our progress their children they're making at our school. I'd also like to point out that we have a 98% retention rate with our students. So every year we get 98% coming back, as well as teacher retention is huge for us. I know most charter schools have a revolving door with teachers. We have a 96% retention rate with our teachers, which means consistency throughout the years. So teachers are going to be there all the time. That comes because they all love me, of course. But it comes through working with them, support, and different aspects of what they want from an administrator and a leader. Our enrollment, as you can see, back in our renewal, which was in 2011-12 school year, has consistently grown throughout the years as predicted with our 2013 renewal, and is on track of being where our prediction is at. Again, our instructional minutes, again, are well above the state required or recommended. There's our API. As you can see throughout the years, our API growth, it did dip at the prior to our first renewal, but again, there was a lot of revolving teachers. Our retention wasn't that great, but once we developed and really put in play a system of data-based instruction, we were able to then keep a lot of teachers around and then watch our students soar. A lot of our students end up going back to your high schools. West Campus, Health Professions, Kennedy, McClatchy, and other private schools or other charter schools that reside within the Sac City Unified School District. And so again, a vote for yes. Sac Prep, I'm just asking for a yes vote, please, please, please. We've met the requirements. I feel our students are academically prepared for high schools and college. And again, I would be letting them down if you guys didn't vote yes. They all love me. And again, we thank you. We hope we can continue to make you proud being a part of your guys' district. And as you can see, that was the first year you guys allowed us to add K4, and the second picture is our most current picture of that. So as you can see, the growth is real. And again, I invite you to come out, see us in action. Please come out. That's an open invite. And that is all. Any questions?
We'll let you know if we have any questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any public comment?
3 public comments, Beverly Glover, Shauna Yang, and David Mack.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Glover. My son, David, attends Sac Prep Solorius College Preparatory School. I have been in the service of children and community in Sacramento County for over 30 years, both in social work and in education. When I discovered I was pregnant at 40, wow, I started looking for schools and looking for a place where I felt comfortable, where I could leave my son every day and still go out and continue to serve children and families of the community. I showed up at Sac Prep, walked on campus, and Mr. Hernandez spent 2 hours with me. I'm a single mom, so again, finding someone that I trust to educate, guide, and help my son become a productive member of this society is very, very important. He is now in the 2nd grade. I look forward to his continued education at Sac Prep and the continued growth as a parent volunteer. This is my school family, so I want to thank you ahead of time for the renewal.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent, Mr. Superintendent, and board members. My name is Shona Ya, and I'm a 7th grader at Sac Prep. I've been at Sac Prep since the 1st grade. I feel that Sac Prep is a close-knit family because students, parents, and teachers there. I say this because when I was 9, I was away to San Francisco for a bone marrow transplant. While I was recovering from my bone marrow transplant, my teachers and parents, friends, and principals came to visit me often. And the best part is that Sac Prep never forgot about me when I was in the hospital. When I got better, I was welcomed back to Sac Prep with lots of open arms by teachers, students, and administrators at Sac Prep. They are very caring and they will never give up on their students.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is David Mack, and I represent the Solaris College Prep Board of Directors. I'm the board chairman. But this is not my first time in front of you. In 2012, I made a testimonial at that time as a parent of a kindergartner. He's now in the 5th grade. Since then, because of my faith and belief in the school and the program, I became in 2013 a board member. In 2016, I became a board vice chair, and earlier this year, I became the board chairman. What did I see in this school that justified my time and commitment to this school? There are 3 things. One, first, was what I found to be an extraordinary work ethic on behalf of the staff and the teachers. Second is, with those teachers and staff, they built a culture where success and discipline reign supreme. And third, they allow regular folks like me to come in and talk to kids, talk to parents about my background in being in over 30 years of being in the leading edge, bleeding edge technology business, and helping them chart and see what the future looks like 30 years from now. We can see that. We tell them if they understand coding, that they'll be farther ahead of their peers. If they can slot themselves into areas like business intelligence, data analytics, cybersecurity, that they'll have a path well projected for themselves. And we tell the parents that if you can help nudge your kids into one of those 4 disciplines, they'll never ask you for another dime the minute they graduate from college. We've been here before, successfully, twice before. In 2008 and again in 2012. We ask that you consider the work that's being done for our children and renew our charter for the next 5 years. Our children, because they're your children.
Thank you very much. No, we have
3 more, sorry, these are last minute. Alma Ibarra, Angela Padilla, and Melanie Riberal.
Don't worry, it'll be quick. I'm just a proud parent. My daughter is very shy. We found Solarius College Preparatory when she was in kindergarten going to another school. I was dissatisfied where she was going. I was going to go to Elk Grove. What was said about Elk Grove is so true. But there's more money. People are happy where there's money. But because my daughter has been wanting to go to Solarius College Preparatory, she has been there since 1st grade. She is in 7th grade, and she does not want to go to any other school. There are other schools that provide a lot other things that because they have more money, but because of the way the school is set up and the way the staff, the teachers, everyone is just, I'm just amazed that they're not, that they even have to be here. And my daughter is super shy, but, you know, she's here because she wants to let you know that if it wasn't for this school, she would probably be going to different schools or possibly trying something in Elk Grove. I'm not quite sure. But my first priority is my child. My son used to attend Solarius College Preparatory. He is now 19. And I am so proud and honored to be able to have the opportunity to have my daughter attend that school. So I don't know if she wants to add anything, but I just would, I have nothing negative. It's all positive. And I'm sure there would be more parents. A lot of people probably weren't aware the schedules. Do you want to add anything? She doesn't want to go to any other school but Solarius. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Board. My daughter went to a private school, and I had concerns looking for a school that would meet criteria for me to mirror the private school environment. And so I had to compare public schools, private schools, and Sac Prep. And the criteria I used, school leadership. When I first met Mr. H, he was pushing a cart full of supplies, not something you would normally associate a principal doing. And I've always felt strongly about school leadership, beginning with leading by example. And I have observed this past school year, Mr. Hernandez doing just that, having a strong commitment to each of his students, his staff, to continue to improve school-wide goals and continue to make plans for Sac Prep's future. Number 2, my child's need for a challenging academic program which begins to address goals at an early age to prepare for high school, college, and their career goals. She's already asking me for college t-shirts. I told her she could pick 3, and they have to be in California. She told me she's going to New York, and I told her she needs a job at 15. Extracurricular activities in that academic program that Sac Prep offers, Spanish, music, and computers. It's very important to me that she has those things, and they offer it for everybody at the school. Class size and teacher diversity. It's important for my daughter to look at the teachers that look like her and say, I could do that too. One of the other things, I'm sorry, it's just the teachers and the staff. It's very hard to find a school that has such commitment to their students. So not only has Sac Prep exceeded my expectations, I look forward to watching my child grow and learn there.
Thank you very much. We have no further comment. Do we have any? This item is a conference and first reading item only. We will not be taking a vote this evening. Do we have any questions from board members of either of these gentlemen? Otherwise, we'll say thank you very much, and we will see you back here in a few weeks, I guess, several weeks. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have A-Method Public Schools, also known as AMPS. A-Method Public Schools, Sonia Sotomayor Charter Elementary. They will be the first of our next 4 initial charter petitions. And to my left, I have CEO, Mr. Jorge Lopez. And we also have Director of Instruction, Evelia Villa. And we're pleased to have them with us tonight. They will also make a presentation immediately after mine. As I mentioned before, there are very strong similarities between renewals and petitions, so the contents will remain the same as the prior. So what I will go over are the specifics about the Charter Elementary. They are an initial charter petition, so hence NA for the years of operation. Their petition proposes that the school opens in August 2018 with an initial enrollment of 220 as a K-5 school. Their enrollment cap is proposed for 500 by the 2022-2023 school year. The proposed site is on non-district facilities at 9738 Lincoln Village Drive in Rancho Cordova. And yes, they are within our boundaries. They are proposing to be an independent charter school. They have submitted on September 8th with board action scheduled for November 2nd. The process for initial charter petitions, once again, works on a 60-day timeline. I would like to note that AMPS has agreed to mutually extend by 30 days if necessary the timeline. The purpose of the public hearing is the same. And the next step, slightly different for initial charter petitions in that they are yet to exist. So the district staff, we will continue our review of their proposed practices and data, as well as the initial charter petition itself. Once again, the board must make a decision within 60 days of petition submission, and we do have that mutually agreed upon extension. They are also scheduled for board action on November 2nd. With that, I'd like to bring up Mr. Lopez.
Good evening, President Hansen, Superintendent Aguilar, staff, board members. My name is Jorge Lopez. I'm the CEO of AMPS, A Method Public Schools, a charter organization based out of Oakland, California, where we operate 6 schools in the cities of Richmond and Oakland, California. First, I want to acknowledge Mr. Aguilar, your post and your position as a first-generation Mexicano. Just my respect and the respects to this board for identifying a talented individual that so many other districts are in need of and desire someone of his status. Over the past 24 years, the AMPS organization has been persistently addressing the needs of families living in East Oakland and Richmond, 2 of the perhaps most marginalized communities in the Bay Area. We work to foster students' motivation and belief in the growth mindset and the promise of hardworking students from all backgrounds and perspectives. Our program challenges every student to strive towards a purpose larger than the self. And like so many of you, the Sacramento residents, including some of you, I moved to Sacramento years ago, lived here for over 7 years and benefited from the vibrant, safe, diverse communities. I attended Sac State, where I received my undergraduate degree, went to graduate school. I learned the importance of community involvement and leadership from mentors such as Jose Montoya, Mr. Rudy Carrillo, and the RCAF. My first job in education was here as a tutor in 1994 at Maple Elementary under the principal Santiago Chapa. I met my wife here. My kids were born at Mercy Hospital on J Street. So yeah, Sacramento has a unique position in my life. Some of our objectives are up there. We'd like to offer a complimentary program. We're an A through G college prep is our design. We run 2 high schools and 3 middle schools in the Bay Area, and we understand the need to start college TK forward and hit the ground running while working both with families and with students and our instructors. So who we are, we're 24 years of operational experience. Oakland Charter Academy is the 12th charter in the state of California. And we are the first in Oakland, California. We have various awards that through the years our staff, our families, our community leaders, we're also very proud of. So when I've been with the organization for 14 years. I was supposed to be there for a year, and that was in 2004. So since then, the school has, Oakland Charter Academy has went from the 2nd worst in the city to being a national blue ribbon. Our downtown charter academy and Richmond Charter Academy are recent gold ribbon award winners. And our high school, which we're very proud of, was named one of the top 100 public or high schools in America by U.S. News. So why Sacramento County? So first, I mean, kind of like I said, there's a lot of partnerships and community members that we have established here through the years. Charter schools are free, public schools a choice, and so in meeting with families, we've also learned that choice is needed in the Rancho Cordova area, where we've had significant opportunities to work together with community leaders, members of the city council, and members of the local apartment complexes, and all the way out to other it's outside of Sacramento City, where in the Coloma area, we've also established relationships with the Slavic community centers and the Russian American media. So I'm going to step out of the way and let the expert talk.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rocio Gonzalez. I will be the founding principal for the Sacramento Charter. Currently, I am a principal and a founding principal of one of the elementary schools that we already have in our system. So to tell you a little bit about our elementary program overview and what's a little bit different from us, we do have an extended learning day that we implement. For instance, we have 130 minutes allocated alone for English language arts and 80-minute blocks for math. Our kinder program is a full-day kinder program. Our students are in school from 8:30 in the morning to about 2:30 in the afternoon, allowing them to participate in ELA math, science, and history. Aside from that, we also make sure that we are targeting every single student regardless of what level they are at, whether they are below grade level, on, or above, by using our data-driven instruction and our data analysis cycle. We implement things such as 6-week interval interims that are created and are based on Common Core curriculum, and our teachers actually analyze them and then come up with action plans that follow and are detailed for every single level for every student. We actually are about to have our first data dive at our current elementary school tomorrow. We also include a lot of extensive support for our students. We have a multi-tiered structure of support where we include TAs, so teachers' assistants, in lower grade levels, so kindergarten, first grade. And in upper grades, we have full-time tutors, which we call paraprofessionals, that are on staff that go into classroom to provide push-in support services for students. And they also go in and give small group intervention help. We have carved in time with this extended day a mastery block, which allows us to really customize students' needs, whether it is, like I said, below level, on level, or above. But it's not just about the academics. As we know, our students also need to have a strong character development. So we also implement a PBIS program that partners up with character counts, where we teach our students that it is about character. We do have to become citizens of this world, where it's more than just academics. We need to ensure that our students are being respectful to one another, being responsible, and taking matters into their own hands and giving them problem-solving skills. Benito Juarez, over the years, we are comparing here our data, in which you see that we are currently outperforming and continue to have a upward trajectory. And the manner in which we do this is through that extensive data analysis. Every year, we analyze our practices throughout the school year and at the end of the year to determine what practices need to be refined, what we need to implement, if we need to bring any more professional development to help continue and enrich the classrooms of our students. Additionally, comparing to schools that are near around us, you can see that we are clearly outperforming other schools based on our practices, and every year we keep moving forward to increase and better those practices. Of course, we always are welcome to all of you guys if you want to see me in action. If you want to see what the elementary looks like, what our classrooms look like on a day-to-day, it's different seeing it in person than just a PowerPoint. I encourage you and invite you all to come see me at Benito Juarez Elementary. We are located in the Marina in Richmond, California, so I hope I get to see you guys. Thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you very much. So this item is also conference and first reading. We have 8 public comments, I understand, and I know a lot of folks that are commenting on this are also planning on commenting on item 8.3. So I'd ask you to please combine your comments for both items, just to help us keep our meeting scheduled to be about till 11 p.m. tonight. So we would appreciate it, but I guess if you must, you must. But if you'd be willing to consolidate your remarks, we'd appreciate that. So please call the public comment.
If you could please stand in a single file line behind the podium when I call your name. Oscar Garcia, Peter Reyes, David Bañuelos, Marisela, Gail, Gary Davis, and Peter Hanlon.
Good evening. I'm just going to be very brief. I'm like you, like everybody else. We're here for the common cause, the benefit, and the best education for our children. And I'm here to show my support to A Method Charter School. I truly believe that the students are they're individuals and unique and different talents and interests. And I believe that A Method Charter School will provide a safe and supportive institution where students will have the opportunity to develop themselves and reach a higher potential. I'm very confident as well that knowing Mr. Bañuelos and his work and the positive influence within the community, I believe that his organization has the knowledge and the skills and attitude that is needed to achieve his goals. So our children really are the future. And I ask that you please approve this project, and as it will provide our families with an educational choice, and also by offering solid and academic foundation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is David Bañuelos, and I'm a community member that is passionate about best serving all of our children. I've worked in various local nonprofits around Sacramento for the past 18 years. These have been predominantly low-income, low academic performing, non-English speaking communities that are underserved and underrepresented. I have passionately worked to provide essential programs that are not readily available to such communities. I've seen the need for results-oriented family programs that integrate positive learning environments and that promote a growth mindset. For the past 5 years, I was the site supervisor at La Familia Counseling Center, in which I ran the Career Center, providing local services to parents and children for education and employment services. In my role there, I was there during my tenure and saw the 7 schools that were closed in our neighborhood, and that void was left in the community, and La Familia, as well as various other nonprofits, attempted to address that issue and fill that void. In 2013, I asked my executive director of La Familia to meet with A Method schools and discuss possibly opening a school at that time. A Method was not ready for expansion, and La Familia created the Maple Neighborhood Center that addressed many of the desperate needs of our community. I am now the A Method Community Engagement Coordinator and tasked with working with all of our communities and provide them an educational option and alternative to their current children's education. While we are a nation of immigrants, we are all living in a current state of nervousness and anxiety. This is evident by the gathering of the signatures that I worked on. Many non-English speaking communities are afraid to speak up and request services. This includes their children's education. Putting children first is a tagline I've heard of the board, and I believe it's from Mr. Darrell Wu. And this is also one of A Method's core values, children first, along with being adaptable, perseverance, taking responsibility, and commitment to distinction. I believe that every child deserves a right to access and receive quality education. Following tonight's charter presentation, you're hosting a workshop on equity, access, and social justice. These are 3 key terms that exemplify A Method. And at this time, I ask the board to wholeheartedly support and approve of A Method schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Peter Race. I am a product of Sac City Unified School District. Thank you guys, each and every one of you, for your time. Appreciate all the work you guys do. I grew up in Sac City Unified School District and come to high school, we transferred out to do better school systems. It's something where the schooling needed some extra effort. Moved back into the area shortly after college, and then just when my kids started going to schools, we looked around and saw the school test scores, and there weren't very many options. I think if something like this school had been around, we may have taken a look at this charter school. The area in Rancho Cordova is right down the street from where I grew up. It's a diverse neighborhood. They have lots of different ethnicities. They've reached out to different groups, and they work well with those in their current area that they work with. They have a history, so it's almost like it's not a new application. It's something that they have 6 schools that they run this with. It's not an initial. You're not taking your chance on something that hasn't been proven. They've got a track method that you can look at. I think it would be a good idea for you guys to go ahead and approve this. Thank you.
Everybody, my name is Marisela, and I live in Rancho Cordova. At this point, I represent my kids. I have 4 kids total. I've been taking care of them, and my first goal is them to go to the college, get a career, have better life than me. As through the time I've been living here in Rancho Cordova, I've been involved with the IEP, with the community, and also with the parents and teachers associations. It's hard for me. I've been having my kids there. They struggle. They do a hard job. But the thing is, in order to help them out, it's not just the teachers and parents, it's more. And now I have one in high school. He has to travel 2 hours. I have to take him to the school sometimes when I have time, when I don't have to go to work, I take him. And what is important for me, it's that him and I, we didn't know that there is a charter school and other systems, which we came here and they don't tell us exactly what to do. So my son looked for it. We went straight to the school and he got admitted to be there. And it's not just me, it's a lot of people around the neighborhood and the entire, I believe, Sacramento. If you ask people what is charter or what is here or there, they don't have an idea what is that. And I just represent right now my kids. I really want, if there's another door for another school, it's a better possibility not to see the entire community go visiting the kids in jail in the future instead of schools. I really like the idea of method or whatever is charter or whatever other system is, rather than go visit the kids at the end of the day in jails. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, President Hansen, Board, Superintendent. I don't envy you in these long meetings, so I'm going to try to be brief. But I'm here with a lot of former hats on. Formerly the mayor of the city of Elk Grove, city councilman in Elk Grove, served on the Natoma School Board, where I had a chance to review charter petitions, new and renewals. I served on the state's advisory commission on charter schools, where we heard appeals as they went to the State Board of Education, so I've had a chance to dig in deep to a lot of different charter petitions. Currently, I get to work with charter schools up and down the state of California, and so I see the good, the bad, and the best. And I can tell you, based upon what I've seen, what I know about A Method for the decade or so that I've been following their work, they're among the best. If you look at the blue ribbon, top-notch, solid data, kids learn, families thrive, neighborhoods change where they exist. And this is why I'm asking for your support. I grew up in the city of Rancho Cordova. I have firsthand knowledge of the city, its struggles, the Lincoln Village community. I know what they've dealt with historically over the year. I understand that, and I've seen the rise and fall of the city of Rancho Cordova and rise again, which is great. Their economy, their schools, and their neighborhoods. And so this is an exciting opportunity to really turn this neighborhood around in a positive way. And I know the city of Rancho Cordova is very excited about it for the same reason. So my parents are still there, my sisters, my nephews, my nieces are in the schools. So this is personal to me to some degree. So I heavily encourage you to really give due diligence consideration to the school. I hope you support it. I think there's an opportunity to, at this point in time, go hand in hand with A Method, work in partnership, and why can't Sac City Unified, the City of Rancho Cordova, and A Method Public Schools shine together? I hope that we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Peter Hanley. I'm currently the Vice President of the Board of the A Method Public Schools, and I'm President of the San Mateo Union High School District. I've been elected 4 times there, so I work in both charter and the more traditional public school area. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of how much importance we attach to governance in A Method. We've recruited, I think, very highly qualified people who have financial background, human resources background, have worked with us in the community, and we continue to build the board on a ongoing basis. We have, in fact, one of our alumni who graduated from Oakland Charter Academy a number of years ago, went on to earn a degree at UC Berkeley, and now works for the mayor of Oakland. So we do attach governance as a very important part of A Method. The expansion grows of A Method into Sacramento, and the expansion of our schools comes out of a long strategic planning process that the board undertook in 2015 and 2016. So it's been a very thoughtful and considered process. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us. This is a conference on first reading, as I mentioned. Do we have any questions or comments from the board or our guests? Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Hansen. This area that we're talking about on Lincoln Village I live right on the outskirts. I live in Rosemont, and it's about 2 miles away from my home. And I've driven by, and I'm very familiar with the Lincoln Village area, very familiar. I do want to just address the board on a little bit of facts that are kind of based around it. And one of them is that we have 3 neighboring schools that are around this school, or around this school and the 6 through 8, which is in the same location, which are A.M. Wynn, Abraham Lincoln, James Marshall, and then we recently adopted to have Growth Public Schools, a charter school that is about 1.4 miles away from this location. Some of my questions that I have for Mr. Lopez. Can you tell me, I was trying to go through the packet and I just have some general questions this time. I may have some more in-depth questions when you come back. But because there's neighborhood schools and we have a newly charter that's trying to succeed in that area, can you tell me some of the programs that you'd be offering at your charter that are not currently being offered at the neighboring schools or the charter that Growth Public Schools is at?
Sure.
Or that they're offering, I guess I should say?
I really don't know the Grow Public Schools model, just to be honest. I've never visited. But I can tell you about what distinguishes us as a model, I think, using the abilities that we have as a charter school. And so it's kind of a lot of what Ms. Gonzalez had mentioned, which is extended learning time, coaching for staff, summer school programs for all students, 3 weeks, MTSS model. So it's all what we described. So, in a way, we're at 2-to-1 laptops now, and our goal is to go 1-to-1 here, especially by year 2. So we're committed to teacher practice, one of the things, even before, the teacher shortage is real, right? And so everyone's dealing with it, but even before that, we've created a career path for our teachers to mentor other teachers. We're big on teacher professional development and coaching, consistent coaching. In classrooms, we want our leaders to be at minimum 70% of the classrooms with an increase of 80% as one of our goals to the next year.
So what about with student outcomes? I know we talked a lot about, you spoke a lot about the teachers, but what about student outcomes? Is there something different that you'd be offering students that are living in that area than what is currently being offered at the neighborhood schools?
I mean, it's, again, without knowing really the specifics of every school's model, I can just tell you that what we would be offering to complement is a standards-based college prep approach with data driving the decision-making at every level. And so we're intent on measuring individual mastery growth for every student. We have the data dive analysis that we do, which is a larger part of a larger kind of full scope every 6 weeks. So data does drive our program. We use the Illuminated database system, which has embedded questions for Common Core and grade level questions. Achieve 3000 is used in some of our ELA programs. We have extended day, we work with students who are English language learners as well. We have after-school programs that incorporate rugby, everything from tutoring to rugby. So it's meeting the needs of the kids that are traditionally falling through the gaps, through the achievement gaps. And if you look at the subgroup data, there's a lot masked. So you can take a look at a school and look at the percentage, but when you take a look at the subgroups, you see a deeper need. And so part of the need is to really hone in on teacher practice, is what has worked for us, on teacher and leader practice, and to make sure that every leader is in the classroom. Our classrooms are designed with open windows, so it's an open field. You walk through that campus, everybody sees each other. People from the neighborhood have toured our schools, and that's the first thing that hits them, is just the openness and the transparency of our entire program. So I can go on and on about what we do, but I can't honestly compare to what other schools, because I really don't know their models.
The reason why I ask is it's important for me to know, like, what will you be offering in that area that's different from what is currently being offered? I forgot to also mention that Einstein Middle School is very close to the vicinity, and that's the feeder school for that area. Can you tell me, I know you had a list of like the areas that you would be recruiting from, but can you go in a little bit more detail about the areas in which you would be recruiting from?
Sure. So the school is in a unique place where there's Folsom, Cordova, Elk Grove, and Sacramento City that serves the students that we've been in contact with and the families. Our next door neighbors are Sacramento City. That's the apartment complex that's right next door to the 9378 property. But if you take a broader step, we've been on the Coloma. We connected with the Slavic community centers. And so a lot of those populations are homeschooling. And then we've gone over towards the White Rock area and met families there. There's been families who are on further Rancho Cordova that are being served by Elk Grove. Through busing or of some sort. I don't really know the transportation dynamics as well as living as a resident would, but they're going into Elk Grove. So it's been a diverse mix of people interested in attending the charter school.
So the majority of the area would be in Lincoln Village that you would be recruiting from, and then from Cordova all the way up to White Rock area. Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't. That's not the majority. That's the families that we've talked to, but that's not who we're focusing on. We're focusing on the broader area for low-income students who are first language speakers. English language, first-time English language learners. We're looking for immigrant populations, those that have been historically underserved. So we're looking for a much broader population. We're not focusing solely on the Lincoln Village. That's where we're located. Families would stop by a couple of our events, and that's where I heard. But then the families that, through the deeper connections that we established through community partners, have been coming from a lot heavy from the exterior areas than the local area.
So maybe this is a question that you can maybe think a little bit through, and then maybe when you come back,
Sure.
that we can discuss a little bit more. And I can tell you that, working with Growth Public Schools,
Mhm.
when they were looking in my area, David Richards and I sat down and had a really deep talk, and he was able to put right into his proposal, these are the areas where we're going to be recruiting from. And that's what I want to know. Where are the areas that you're going to be recruiting from, not what are the demographics that you're.
Okay.
I want to know what areas you'll be recruiting from.
We, you know what, we have that, but I
Okay.
definitely.
And I don't expect you to give it to me right now,
Yeah.
but when you come back,
Right.
that's going to be a question I ask.
Right.
Have you also been working with Sacramento County? Because just another, for the board here, Lincoln Village is right on the line going from an unincorporated part of Sacramento County into the city of Rancho Cordova. So I know you had said in your presentation that you had been working with I don't know, maybe the city council?
Yes.
Of Rancho Cordova. Are you also working with the county supervisors of Sacramento?
We haven't yet established contact and met per se, but yeah, we're definitely gonna meet and have it planned to meet.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have right now. I know I'll have a lot more when you come back, and I
Great.
know that you and I got to sit down and have a conversation.
Absolutely.
so-
Absolutely. We'll make it work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Cochran?
So I am very proud of Sacramento City Schools, and schools that Board Member Pritchett mentioned are schools that serve the populations that you referred to, and they do quite a good job. I have a comment to make, and it's a comment that is higher level and broad-reaching, but I just want to remind everyone, the goals of charter schools, what goals do they meet? They meet the goals of Donald Trump, they meet the goals of Betsy DeVos, and they meet the goals of Michelle Rhee. And if this board votes for these new charters, they are endorsing our President of the United States.
Member Wu?
Well, thank you for your presentation. I want to kind of share with you and expand on the concerns that Member Pritchett has articulated. In the past few years, beginning with the year 2000, this district has been facing a loss of ADA. So we've gone from 52,000 down to about 39,000. We're built up back to about 43,000. And when GPS came to us last year, and I voted to approve the project, I asked them, their president, to give me a good reason why I should vote for a school who would be competing with me to get children into the classroom, children seats sitting in the classroom. And he didn't have a good reason. And unfortunately, at the time, there was no legal reason for which I couldn't do anything but vote yes. Having said that, I'm happy that part of your outreach will be to families who traditionally homeschool their children because they are not in our classrooms anyway. In addition, having said that, Sacramento City has a fairly large population of children with special needs. And I think if I can remember correctly, our average demographic is about 14%. So I'll be interested in hearing when you come back, when you return, number one, how you serve your special needs children in Oakland and Richmond, and how you intend to serve them here in Sacramento. Thank you.
I see no other question or comments from the board, so we'll move on to item 8.3.
All right, we will once again be welcoming AMPS, but this time for their middle school petition. We do have the same content, and the middle school's specific information is they are also proposing to open August 2018 with an initial enrollment of 60, serving students 6th through 8th grades. Their enrollment cap is projected as 270 for the year 2022-23. They will be sharing locations with the elementary school. Their charter petition calls for an independent charter. The submission of the petition was September 8th, and board action is scheduled for November 2nd. Same process for the initial charter petition. Public hearing, as a reminder, tonight is to really gauge the level of support for the petition. Board action is where all of the information will be provided. Next steps, same as the initial charter petition. And the final thing that I will note is that the middle school has agreed to a mutually agreed upon extension. Board action is scheduled for November 2nd. Once again, Mr. Lopez will present.
I'll ask that maybe you don't feel compelled to use all the time, but you do have that.
I'm going to skip right to slide 5. So again, just to reiterate, Member Wu's comment and Member Pritchett's comment, which I appreciate, and I look forward to the conversation. We're going to focus on those kids in those areas where gaps have been evident historically. And so to go into slide, so this is our CAPS comparison from 2016. You have the combination of the AMPS middle schools, which are 3 middle schools, serving there's 2 middle schools in Oakland and 1 in Richmond, California. And you see a comparison to the districts that we serve in the state of California. So this is the AMP secondary schools, 2013 API. Of course, the API was eliminated in 2014 in lieu of the Common Core standards. Throughout the years, we've compiled data. We were able to compile data for our middle schools. What you see there is Richmond Charter Academy, which is at API 810. Oakland Charter Academy, which was at an API 913. Oakland Charter High School at 939. Oakland Charter High School is the highest performing high school in the county of Alameda and has been so since its opening. 98% graduation rate, 97 four-year college attendance rate. Richmond Charter Academy is the highest performing middle school in the history of West Contra Costa Unified. I was born and raised in Richmond. I was thrown out of schools in Richmond. And a lot of my friends and family members ended up in the other institution, which is St. Quentin across the bay instead of college campuses. So I know to me, it's a huge part of our program is the personalized approach that I take for the gaps that I had when I was a kid. Here you have the CAS performance data for all the AMPS Bay Area middle schools, and we compared it to the state average. So here you have historical context. This is Oakland Charter Academy's test scores, API scores through the years. It's a National Blue Ribbon identified in 2008 by the Federal Department of Education. Oakland Charter Academy has been, it's the only, actually, I should say, National Blue Ribbon in the Fruitvale District. The Fruitvale District in East Oakland, California, if you're all familiar with it, it's a predominantly Latino population. It's the historical Latino side of town. Our organization started in Jingletown, which is a neighborhood in East Oakland, serving, it was an old cannery location for, and families from there started the program. So you see that we've been at it for a long time. There was a lot of years where we did not grow, and we focused on practice. We focused on really leader practice. One of the successes that we've enjoyed is having teachers that rise up to become instructional leaders, that rise up to become deans, that rise up to become principals. Ms. Gonzalez is a prime example of that. And so every school that we've operated is already born in the heart of one of our staff members, is the way I look at it, because that is the core of our success. So that's who we are. Again, if you all have any questions, and I kept it short.
Member Wu. Oh, sorry. We have any public comment? Mr. Barrios?
No public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Wu.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I just want to note that while you gave us a sample historic API, We note that APIs were dissolved in 2014, so you should have data up to 2013. And then I had a question of how do you think the students are performing under Common Core, because that's one of the reasons why the APIs were dissolved, because it doesn't fit the model anymore. In going through doing some due diligence and looking up AMPS in on Google, I found that some of the criticism about the program is that it really trains the children to take exams. And so under Common Core, that's not quite possible anymore, since Common Core is intended to teach the children how to think. So I'm curious as to how AMPS is addressing that and what results you might be seeing.
Sure. You want me to answer that now?
If you can, and if you can't, well, we'll see when we talk in November.
I can, and I'm just going to say a brief comment too. So the transition to the Common Core has been the hardest in the beginning when we crosswalked, because a lot of the standards were yet to be created. Curriculums were not yet caught up. So us, like many schools, what we're seeing is the dips, right? And then also it's a computer-based exam, which has completely changed from the old CST model. So there's some adjustment periods that have gone on for every school. And part of it for us has been focusing on our professional development. We have to train differently. We have to be big on classroom practice, on engagement, questioning, and just the overall flow of the classroom. And I'll stop there and let Ms. Gonzalez speak a little bit deeper, Member Wu.
So part of our adaptation when we were going through the shift from our regular California standards to Common Core standards, before curriculum came out, we heavily invested in our teachers by making sure that they were aware of what Common Core standards were and what was expected from students on varying grade levels. When we were able to adopt Common Core curriculum, we made sure to actually have a panel to look at how the Common Core curriculum was structured and if it would actually prepare our students for those critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills that you mentioned. Our panel actually decided on, we use our Springboard curriculum at the middle school level, which has just that designed in, along with the EL structured supports for our students. In addition to that, we also adopted No Atom. I'm not sure if you guys know that curriculum well, but No Atom is very problem-based, very scientific in the way that you are thinking of concepts and matters in different ways. You are having hands-on experience. You are creating labs on a weekly basis. And we've noticed that by incorporating curriculum like this, that is not just textbook-based, but also has the online component, we can include things like a blended learning style that will allow our students to actually practice these problem-solving skills in real time with their teammates, so with other peers, not just themselves, which allows to foster that growth and that critical mindset.
Just to finish off, one of the things that I learned, I served on the state board, and one of the things that became clear to me is that we had, in the old API CST model, we had two different sets of standards. There was the framework and the framework standards, and then there was the cut scores and the performance standards. So if our program were designed based off drill, test, drill, skill drill, or whatever, we would only focus on that through the first month, or maybe we'd load up at the middle of the month. We don't focus on that. We do our planning from the very beginning of the summer, and we plan back, and we focus on mastery. So our focus, we are data-driven, and we're proud of that, but it's not a drill skill approach. It's really an influence approach, and how every student there is no gap in our program. You walk into the leader's office, the leader has kids' data present, because we do it that way so they can remind that there's students, there's SPED students, there's Black students, there's Latino students, English language learners, and so forth and so forth. And so we have to make sure that every one of those kids are targeted.
Member Cochran.
Thank you, President Hansen. So this summer, I had the great honor and pleasure of being the chair of the search committee for the new superintendent. And I cannot say how proud and how happy I am that we have Superintendent Aguilar here to lead us. All of the subjects and the points that have been brought up by this charter petition are items, issues, and goalposts that our superintendent has. And I am 100% supporter of him and public schools and Sacramento City Schools, and I would never think of honoring a petition like this in a light of the hard work that he's doing with data, the work he is doing to help our school system. He's a new superintendent, and he needs time and the respect of this board to get his work done with our schools in Sacramento City Unified School District, a public school system.
Thank you. I'll ask just for one other piece of information before you come back to us at the next meeting. I'd like, because you have existing charter schools, I'd like to know the percentage of students with IEPs that you're serving in those schools.
Absolutely. That would be, we can tie that into the deeper conversation we can have with
I think
Member
that was
Wu's
a valuable comment by Member Wu. All right, very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jack, before we go to 8.3, let me just welcome all the folks that are here for our board workshop. We are running probably just a couple minutes behind schedule, but not too far, so we appreciate your patience. I know it's scheduled for 7:45. It'll probably be just a few minutes past that. Item
Okay,
8.4.
next up, we have Sava, but during the transition, I'd like to note for the board members, we held capacity interviews with all of our charters yesterday. And because we have had time to do initial run-through the petitions, there is extra additional information that is expected to come in Monday and Tuesday, so that will be forwarded to the board. Okay. All right, we have for public hearing, Gateway Community Charters, and to my left, I have Mr. Jason Sample. He is Chief Communications and Strategy Officer. And at the very end, we have Mr. Maury Elliott, and he is a principal at Sava. For Sava, they are petitioning as an initial charter petition, and the contents will be the same. Their specific information is that they're proposing to open August 2018. Their proposed enrollment is 700, serving students in grades 7 through 12. Their enrollment cap continuing on through 2022 through the 2023 school year is estimated at 1,200. Their location in their petition proposed is in the southern portion of Sacramento vicinity in a non-district facility. Currently, they do reside on property on Power Inn Road. Their petition calls for an independent charter, was submitted on September 8th, and board action is scheduled for November 2nd. The process is the same for initial charter petitions. The purpose of the public hearing is also the same. And our next steps will also remain the same for initial charter petitions. Once again, I would like to note that Sava has elected to mutually agree to a 30-day extension if needed. And at this point, I'd like to bring up Mr. Jason Sample.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Hanson, members of the Board of Education, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Jason Sample, and I am the Chief Communications and Strategy Officer for Gateway Community Charters. Tonight here, we also have with me, in addition to Principal Maury Elliott, we also have the lead petitioner and the GCC Superintendent, Dr. Cindy Peterson, who is also here with us today. Tonight, we're here on behalf of the families and students of Sacramento Academic and Vocational Academy, also referred to as SAVA, to present this charter petition for your consideration. Gateway Community Charters is a local nonprofit charter management organization with 15 years of experiencing managing 7 charter schools across 18 sites in collaboration with San Juan Unified, Twin Rivers Unified, and Yolo County Office of Education. We have a proven track record of working collaboratively with local school districts to serve the educational needs of vulnerable, unserved, underserved, disenfranchised, culturally diverse, economically disadvantaged youth. SAVA, as authorized by Twin Rivers Unified, has been in operation since 2007, successfully serving a significant number of Sac City Unified at-risk youth. In addition to our partnership with local school districts, GCC and SAVA have a strong, sustainable partnership with the Los Rios Community College District, the City of Sacramento, the Sacramento Employment and Training Agency, the Greater Sacramento Urban League, and other industry, trade, and union partners. The GCC has over 500 employees, serving approximately 4,500 students with an annual budget of over $70 million. We provide instructional support, human resources, fiscal services, as well as professional development for all of our schools, employing what we feel are best practices in integrity and operational practices. Now I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Principal Maury Elliott, who will share more about the instructional program.
Jason. All right, well, good evening, Board President Hanson, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. To start tonight, our mission at SAVA, and quite frankly, this is it right here. These kids and their success is our mission, and that is why we do what we do. Our goal is to reach and serve students in our community that need another chance and another option in high school. The work we do at SAVA aligns directly with the goals and the vision that both the board and Superintendent Aguilar have put in place to ensure that every student is given an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary options available to them. SAVA provides those opportunities to our community's most vulnerable, underserved, and unserved students. SAVA Sac City will be a non-classroom-based charter school with an emphasis on career and technical education. We have a history of success with our students, with over 150 graduating per year over the last 5 years. Approximately 50% of these graduates have been 5th and 6th year seniors who succeeded because they were given another chance in a unique school setting where we met their individual learning needs and offered relevant, engaging curriculum and career training. Our charter is in alignment with all 4 areas of Sac City's strategic goals. Our career pathways enable students to graduate college, career, and life ready. We promote a safe learning environment and foster emotionally healthy and engaged students through a program called Capturing Kids' Hearts. We empower family and community members to be an integral part of our educational program, and you can see by the turnout here tonight that we have a lot of community support behind us. And of course, we have demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate operational excellence with the support of Gateway Community Charters and, upon approval of this charter, also from Sac City School District. We have a number of key components built into our educational program to create success with students and achieve the outcomes that we want for them. Over the last 3 years, we've received both the Career Pathways Trust Grant and the CTE Incentive Grant to help grow our career pathways. We currently have over 35 different CTE courses offered at SAVA, spanning 11 different pathways, and 16 of those 35 courses are articulated with local community colleges, which gives our students the chance to earn both high school and college credit simultaneously. We offer standards-aligned core curriculum through a digital platform called Edgenuity. This curriculum, through this curriculum, we utilize a variety of teaching methods and styles to meet the diverse learning needs of our diverse student population. We have a senior capstone class as part of our graduation requirement, which includes career exploration and other WIOA services offered through our WIOA partners. And in addition to these capstone courses, we give students in all grade levels WIOA services throughout their entire time at SAVA. As mentioned earlier, our implementation of Capturing Kids' Hearts sets the tone for a positive school culture. We believe that building positive relationships with our students is the key to establishing the foundation for a successful educational program. As a staff at SAVA, we love, we teach, and we guide every student that walks through our doors. No matter what their past, where they came from, what their challenges are, it's our goal, and we believe that every one of them can be successful if we provide the right learning tools and learning supports. SAVA has a 10-year track record of providing these academic and career services to thousands of students in our community, and we look forward to continuing that work with Sac City School District as a partner in the years to come. At this time, I will hand it back over to Jason to finish up. Okay. So basically, in conclusion, tonight we are excited to have the opportunity to partner directly with Sacramento City Unified School District to serve the needs of these students. We have a number of supporters that are here tonight with us, and I'm not going to ask them all to speak, but I am going to ask the supporters tonight if they would please stand, those who are here supporting SAVA's petition. Again, we would like to thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our petition, and we welcome you to visit our campus soon and see the great things that are happening for our most vulnerable population. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrios, do we have any public comment?
We have two public comments. Darlene Anderson and Don Carlson. And we've got more, apparently. If you could line up, please, in order. Alejandro, Craig, Jeff Thorpe, Chelsea Adams, Sydney Hazelwood, and Patrick Ainsworth.
Darlene Anderson. I think my history with Sava was not a good one. I did not see positive outcomes. So it's been surviving for a long time. I saw the other partnerships that rolled up, but I really understand that when we close our doors in Sacramento City Unified School District to students who live in this area, then they find other avenues. And we are the reason why Sava exists. And so if those parents are having success for their children in that program, I do not have a problem with it. I do not have a problem with charters. This district closed 15 schools all at one time. And those are some of the kids that were impacted. And then they closed 7 schools before that, all in the poverty area. So we have to realize what we've created here. People have a right to public education. And these people want to see their children be successful. And they're willing to find any avenue that allows them to do so. They don't need to be in public schools where they're not appreciated, where they're not loved and not cared for. So this is an impact. All of a sudden, we have so many people who want to open charter schools because we're not treating our families the right way. It's real. I don't know how we sustain ourselves if we don't change the behavior in Sac City for all children. That's what I don't know. Because charter schools will continue to thrive because people just want to see their children be successful. But like I said, I would, before I even try to support Sava, I would like to see their data. I would like to know that it's 10 years strong. I would like to know that kids are graduating from Sava and working in our community. I'd like to see some of those outcomes because I believe in data, and that's the only thing I believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Carlson. I'm the Director of Community Programs for Power in Alliance. We're a very large business improvement district, and we are here in support of a new charter for Sava. As a key member of our community, they have taught these children really good skills, and the education, excuse me, I'm not the public speaker for the organization, but they teach these kids some really great skills. We've watched them form for the last few years. I've been a neighbor with them in their complex for over 6 years, and to watch them grow and thrive. And they really do love these children, and they take very good care of their facility. So I would encourage you to have a new charter for this school, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Jorge Aguilar and School Board President Jay Hansen. My name is Alejandro, and I'm a district representative with the Office of Councilman Eric Guerra. I'm here to speak in support of the rechartering for the Sacramento Academic and Vocational Academy. As we all know, a well-educated and skilled workforce is the foundation for business growth and innovation, and sets individuals and communities to the path of self-sufficiency. Sava facilitates this foundation by giving students a second chance when they have no other options for education by offering remarkable results both in academic and technical skill outcomes. At Sava, students are given opportunities to take part in hands-on, engaging career technical assistance education classes spanning 11 different career pathways. Additionally, Sava is committed by helping teen parents through their child care program. In today's society, the majority of parents do not work, regardless of the age of the child. Most families work out of necessity because the economic climate dictates that there must be 2 breadwinners in the home. For this reason, Councilman Guerra asked the board to consider the chartering of the Sacramento Academic and Vocational Academy. Thank you.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Craig Weckman. I'm the department chair for diesel technology and collision for American River College. Sava has partnered with American River College for the last 5 years. We were awarded the California Career Pathways Trust in 2015, and we built a state-of-the-art diesel lab that's comparable to just about any college course that you could find out in California. And in that lab, we've developed a course that allows us to articulate 7 different classes with American River College. And as a result of this, we've been able to build a pathway for their students at SAVA and the ones at American River College that work in conjunction with industry partners for career opportunities for living wage jobs. We at American River College look forward to continue the relationship with SAVA, Sac City, and continuing to build engaging CTE programs for the high school students in our community. And we fully support the opportunity to work with Sac City and SAVA in a continuing relationship. Thank you.
Good evening. I totally appreciate you sitting there. I've sat through many, many of these, so I know what you're going through right now. My name is Jeff Thorpe. I'm here from Houston, Texas. I currently work with the largest trainer of educators in North America. And it's an honor to have the opportunity to speak for SAVA tonight. I've been working with them since 2011, and I just cannot begin to tell you how proud I am of what they've done with their kids. They are serving kids that a lot of people don't want to serve. They're taking care of kids and are getting results from kids. And they love kids, and I've seen it. I've seen it grow in the years that I've been working with them. As an adult, I watch and I think back in my days when I was in the classroom, I'm 35 years of teaching and working with schools and such. And I just think of the kids that teachers just don't even want to deal with, and how they get rid of them. They push them off on other people, and then they try to get them out of their schools, and they suspend. And I think about these are the kids that are walking in this door getting loved on. These are the ones that these people care about. They're the ones that no matter how many they graduate, every one they graduate is one more that would have not graduated had they not walked through the doors of SAVA. And so I'm super proud of them. As a matter of fact, they are one of just approximately 50 schools that were acknowledged this year as a national showcase school by the company that I work with. And I work with schools all the way from Florida to Alaska. So I see them all over the country, and they are a shining light. And lastly, as a parent of a student who was not successful in the traditional sense of high school education, I think there's no greater compliment you can give to a school than say, I wish my child had had this available to them. And I wish SAVA was available to my child. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Chelsea Adams, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the Sacramento Academic Vocational Academy. I've had the pleasure of attending here for the last 2 years at this independent study program. In my younger years, I have struggled with social anxiety disorder and chronic depression. This school helped me gain my self-esteem back and also my grit. I currently am attending the culinary pathway in the career and technical education program here. In this class, we learn basic training in the kitchen from day one and move our way up to commercial training. Walking into this class, I thought I knew everything about the kitchen and didn't need to learn anything, but when they showed us how to make pickled vegetables and homemade cheese, I was amazed. Every teacher is dedicated and determined to help their students. They encourage you to graduate and never give up on achieving that goal. To have SAVA in the Sac City Unified School District would allow students like me to experience an enriching education that involves career path classes that prepare us for the future. In my case, my career passion is the culinary arts. My only regret is not finding SAVA sooner. In the future, students like me would benefit from attending SAVA because they would overcome obstacles they never thought that they could. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sydney Hayswood, and I'm currently a senior attending Sava Charter. First and foremost, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my amazing teacher. She pushes me to my full potential. She's an extreme help with ensuring that I'm an active participant within my school and community, and has been a great asset to my learning environment and experience in high school. Uniquely, my teacher is like every single teacher and staff member at Sava Charter. Each teacher and aide have an individual and insatiable drive to do whatever it takes to see the school and students succeed. As you can imagine, this work ethic set by Sava is fully taken advantage of by its equally driven pupils, and for that very reason, the bar is set very high for any traditional school and independent study. My personal experience, Sava Charter has trumped every high school I've attended. Sava alone has altered my education experience and enhanced the quality of my education support. Due to mental health issues, my attendance hasn't always been stellar, but by providing flexibility, Sava has been able to accommodate my schedule and support me through a rough and challenging journey. Without this help, I would not have attained many of my academic achievements. The energy and support given by teachers and staff at Sava create a family learning environment, which I believe is essential for the utmost success and personal growth of each student. I believe I speak for majority when I say Sava creates the best high school experience and broadens our horizons. All of this is possible under the guidance and tutelage of Mr. Elliott and, of course, the amazing staff of Sava. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Patrick Ainsworth, and 4 years ago, I retired as Assistant Superintendent for Secondary, Post-Secondary, and Adult Education from the California Department of Education. Excuse me. In that role, I was responsible for the entire career tech ed system within the state. At that time, after I retired, the superintendent of Gateway Charters called me up and said, now that you have nothing to do, why don't you come and help us modernize and improve our career technical education offerings? They'd focus on the academic side quite extensively. When I got there, I realized what a special place it was. It's an island of excellence. Teachers really committed in a deep way to these kids. Well, this staff banded together and took some fledgling CTE programs and in 4 years expanded them to the full array of programs that are equal or better to almost every high school in this region. And I have the unique opportunity of seeing, still in retirement, many high school programs, some excellent, but to see the level of commitment to the quality standards that have been established by the state of California and to actually creating articulated programs with the community college to give these kids pathways both to employment and advanced training is truly amazing. This is the first time in my public school career of 40 years that I've ever stood in support of a charter school. But it is really, really easy to support Sava. They give kids a vision beyond school and beyond the diploma. And one thing happened a couple of years ago when I was there. I saw kids staying there after school. And these are kids that never wanted to go to school, and for the first time in their life, they want to be in school, and they want to get ahead. So I strongly encourage you to support this charter. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent, Mr. Aligar. You know, I think choice is what the kids are asking. I think we're all entitled to that. I know charters, you know, there's pros and cons to it, like any other school. But this is America, and America deserves kids to have choices. Look how many children have attended and come today asking you guys to be part of this charter. And parents and superintendents, and given the pros and cons of charter schools. I think just like we support Safe Haven School District, we need to be supporting what kids are asking in our neighborhoods. If The public schools currently are not providing the services, and these particular kids are probably the ones that are being suspended. They're probably the ones that are not fitting in. And they found their niche. I think for me, it's always been, when I come to these meetings, is to see it's America. We have the freedom of choice. And I think these kids are asking. I don't know the details of the budget. I don't know the details of the different things. But these are things that could be worked out. I know one thing for sure, a charter school is, if it's not performing the way it should, it's closed. I haven't seen, to this day, a public school closed because it hasn't met its expectations. Thank you.
Member Minnick.
Hi, I just wanted to make sure it was clarified for my colleagues that up here that may not know. So although this looks like a new charter school petition for us, this is an existing school in an existing location and not really a change to the program that they have existing. And so I'd maybe like Mr. Sample or Mr. Elliott to kind of clarify what that means, because it's not creating a new school with new students, like maybe some other things that we're talking about tonight.
Correct. Thank you, Trustee Minnick. Yes, so really, SAVA has been in existence, as I said earlier, since 2007. We come to you as a result of a recent court case, the Anderson Unified School District versus Shasta Homeschool. As a result of that court decision, hundreds of charter schools that had previously been allowed a geographical exemption to work within the area had to pretty much go to the State Board of Education, receive a waiver for 1 year, and then go and affect basically a transition plan. Part of our transition plan, and really a core to Gateway Community Charters, is always to work very collaboratively with our local district. And so SAVA, in its origin, was really a program that was discussed with, at that time, the superintendent of Sac City, as well as the superintendent of then the Grant Joint Union High School District, to start this back in 2007. And so really what we're coming to this board is to move into compliance with the decision of Anderson versus Shasta. And I will tell you, we have, as Maury shared, a current student population, and we would desire to continue to serve just that population.
Thank you. Member Cochran.
So I think I hear some internal groaning because I've hit my button again, and you think I'm going to say the same thing I just said, but I'm not. Because I'm looking out here, I'm looking at some wonderful parents and wonderful students. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the situation that a lot of you find yourselves in. Not everybody is cut out for a 4-year high school education marching off into a college. You have a variety of interests, skills, and magnificence and genius about you. And that is something that public schools used to do very well, tap into different types of careers, and we have failed to do that, starting in the 70s and moving on towards now. I want to let you know that Sac City is a district that, while we don't do it well, we do have alternatives. And just so you know, Luther Burbank has construction and design. Hiram Johnson has a corporate business academy. New Tech has a design. Rosemont High School has energy science and engineering academy. School of Engineering and Sciences has engineering and sciences. George Washington Carver has social and environmental justice. Rosemont High School has the Green Academy, Urban Ag, Food and the Environment. Hiram Johnson High School has Health and Medical Science. Arthur A. Benjamin has Health Professions. C.K. McClatchy has Law and Public Policy Academy. Luther Burbank High School has Law and Social Justice Academy. JFK has Manufacturing and Design. And the Met has Big Picture Learning. We also do a lot of work with the community colleges and offer the ability for our students to take courses at community colleges. So these things do exist, but we don't do a good job, and you're right. You're absolutely right about that. I won't vote for your charter, and it's not because I don't believe in what you're doing. What I see here is power in action, and these are the parents and students that we need to support public education. I stand firm on that. But I tell you that I am with you in heart, and I do believe in your mission. But this is my mission. My mission is to support public education, particularly this year with our new superintendent, who has every intention and goal in mind to make this type of system with alternative pathways and learning more of a reality in this district. I like what you've done to put it together as a bouquet of offerings for children, students who don't necessarily meet the traditional system in one place. It just makes sense. This is spread all over our district. You know, if you live in Rosemont, how do you get out to JFK if you're interested in that academy? What you're doing is smart. We need to get smart. We need to learn from you. But I don't want to approve this to dilute public education. I support and respect our new superintendent, and I want to give him a chance to make this happen. One last comment I'd like to make, and it's to laud you, to really laud you and your attention to the fifth-year student, bringing them back into the fold and giving them an opportunity. Thank you. I am not against you. I'm with you. It's a philosophical difference. Your application is not like the others that have just gone before us today. It's real, and it has meaning, and I thank you.
All right, I don't see any other of my board members. I have a question for Mr. Sample. What's the percentage of students with IEPs?
Currently, if I'm correct, Principal Elliott, is 21%.
21%
of our student.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe this might be a question for Jack or maybe Gerardo. So what I'm understanding is that if the charter moves from one district to another, does the ADA, are the ADA dollars paid out of a separate district and then they'd be transferred to our district? How does that impact us fiscally, if at all?
Well, currently they are authorized by Twin Rivers, and the ADA follows the charter school, but what Twin Rivers would receive is their oversight fees. SAVA, in their current form, they've been in our boundaries for many, many years. So the difference is they've operated, but we have never collected oversight fees. And that's part of the reason for the Shasta case and getting all the charters into compliance. So for all intents and purposes, SAVA's operations has existed and does not look like they will change in any substantive manner.
How about, let me ask a question back of the SAVA folks. So when is your charter expiring then in Twin Rivers? And so you got the 1-year extension and now you're bringing it to us?
So at this point, we've actually gone through 2 charter renewals with Twin Rivers. We were just renewed this year to start July 1 for another 5-year term. We do have a site within Twin Rivers, which obviously that district would continue. So we would be coming to you for an initial. Yes.
All right, well, this is a conference on first reading only, so we will see you back in a few more weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 8.5. I'll call down Lee Yang to join Mr. Kramer.
How you doing?
Okay, if we could have Urban Charter Schools Collective, Hidden Figures Academy, come forward, please.
One more.
No. Because here's where we are on the agenda.
All right, we will move forward with our final public hearing of the evening. We have Urban Charter Schools Collective, Hidden Figures Academy, and we will commence with their public hearing. To my left, I have Ms. Chandra Roten, and she is Associate Project Manager. And to the very end, Dr. Dennis Ma, and he is Project Manager. And to my right, we have Mr. Lee Ya, Superintendent of Urban Charter Schools Collective. And I'm still Jack Kramer. The contents, the same as the other initial charter petitions, and the specific information for Hidden Figures Academy. Their charter school's proposed opening date is August 2018, with a proposed initial enrollment of 150 students serving grades 6 through 8. Their enrollment cap in their petition is 225 by the school year 2022-2023. The location proposed in their petition is the Sacramento New Tech High School vicinity or at the facility itself. They are looking to be an independent charter school. Charter petition submitted September 8th with board action currently scheduled for November 2nd. The process for their initial petition will remain the same as the others. And we have our public hearing tonight with the exact same purpose. And finally, we have next steps, which is to review their charter petition and continue our evaluation. As noted with all the other charter petitions regarding an extension, Hidden Figures Academy has opted not to engage in a mutually agreed upon extension, and their board action is still currently scheduled for November 2nd. With that, I'd like to bring up Superintendent Ya.
Good evening, President Hansen, Vice President Ryan, Vice President Wu, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Lee Ya. I'm the Superintendent of Urban Charter Schools Collective. I'm here with our middle school project managers, Dr. Dennis Ma and Ms. Chandra Roten, along with our community supporters behind me. We have operated Yapashore Academy for the past 7 years, and it is now time for us to expand into the middle grades and see some more successes there in those grades. So we're here tonight to present to you Hidden Figures Academy Middle School. To start us off tonight, I'd like to invite Dr. Dennis Ma to the podium. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent, my name is Dennis Ma. We're here tonight to give you a briefing, very short briefing, on a new middle school, a new kind of middle school that does not exist in Sacramento. People have looked at this middle school, our educational plan, parents, teachers, students, are all very excited. They're very excited because this is a middle school designed around how young adolescents learn. When a child enters puberty, they become adolescent. And it's very difficult for a young adolescent to adjust in middle schools today. They're not seniors in high school, they're not fifth graders or fourth graders, they're young adolescents. Tonight, the purpose of this hearing is to determine the level of parent and teacher support and community support. Tonight, if you are a supporter of Hidden Figures Academy, please stand and show the board the level. Thank you. Before we give a little detail about the middle school, Jaime Escalante, a former employee of this district, one of my heroes, and also legendary educator, used to remind people we're asking the wrong question. Because people would often ask, can they learn? Can they learn? When the question should be, how do they learn best? I think that's what you're trying to get at with your equity and social justice too. Now for a few details about Hidden Figures.
Good evening, President Hansen, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Chandra Roten, and I'm pleased to be here tonight and share with you about Hidden Figures Academy. Part of our unique innovation includes an approach to learning that offers iSTEAM, and it's through iSTEAM that we can allow for extended learning opportunities in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. These skills are necessary to prepare our scholars for their future. Another unique feature is that our program develops the social emotional competence of young adolescents in addition to having a rigorous academic program. Adolescence is a critical time of transformation where exceptional growth happens in young teenage brains. Along with this cognitive growth, changes happen in the body and brain that bring about all these new emotions. Parents and educators alike, we know that emotion is the gatekeeper to learning. In fact, neuroscience tells us that there are 4 basic adolescent needs that all educators need to consider for effective educational programs. And those needs are the need for peer acceptance, the need to take risks, the need for rewards, and the need for sensation. So at Hidden Figures Academy, we've discovered a way to combat these needs and provide positive school outlets for our scholars. Some ways include implementing houses. Houses is a small learning community or a friend family that a scholar will be enrolled to at Hidden Figures when they enroll in our school. During house time, scholars will participate in team building, cooperative learning games, friendly competitions, role-playing to practice our character traits, and really understand and learn how to find their own sense of identity and deal with emotions like anger. We also offer inquiry-based, project-based learnings across all disciplines and use an adolescent brain-compatible program for all teaching and learning. Service learning projects will be a huge part of our educational program where we can give back to our community and promote civics education. At the heart of our charter is relationship building. Every staff member at HFA will learn each and every scholar's name and know their need. We have a robust literacy program. A priority at our school with our anticipated high population of English learners will be to ensure our English learners become fluent and are reclassified as soon as possible. And we're going to put special attention on our long-term English learners. In fact, we have a goal in our charter that says every English learner will move at least 1 proficiency band per academic year. We offer a multitude of support systems for all learners and all scholars at our school. There's one in particular I'd like to share with you tonight, and that's WIN. WIN stands for What I Need. This is structured intervention support built into the regular day where every scholar will rotate to a class to get extra academic support in any area that he or she needs. We will also be offering afternoon clubs, which are our electives. We're calling them clubs, and we will have extra electives to support scholars in literacy and math if they need that, as well as a wide variety of clubs that explore passions and talents such as guitar, music, hip-hop dance, leadership, athletic stats for our math geniuses. Being a teacher for many years in education, I wish that I worked at a school that had this next feature I'm going to share with you. Our teachers, in addition to their daily prep every day, and in addition to grade level planning, will have 40 minutes every morning to meet with grade level teams for the specific purpose of analyzing scholar data. Through this process, we make every child visible at our school. We can detect learning gaps immediately and make immediate instructional changes to benefit our scholars. We use this evidence to recommend places for our WIN. And with this process, we're going to have 75 graduating 8th graders going back to Sacramento that all will hopefully have at least a GPA of a 2.5 or better, no D's or F's in any subject, and with our strong character development program, we have a goal we've put in our charter of 0 suspensions. So how can we make all this magic happen? Well, a real benefit we have is a very small school size. Our maximum enrollment is 225. We're proposing that the first year we open with 150. We also have small class size. Our ratio is 25:1. We already talked about WIN. What we can offer our scholars is 17,825 more instructional minutes, which is equivalent to about 50 more days of instruction. And we can do that with our extended daily schedule. And last, to share with you a very unique feature for our physical education component. We offer this at our elementary school. We will be providing our scholars with 40 minutes of Taekwondo instruction every day. And embedded into that program is the teaching of the 6 tenets of Taekwondo. And
Our charter petition provides an opportunity to help out New Tech High School. As our eighth graders graduate 75, they can easily matriculate to New Tech and increase the population of New Tech High. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Cochran.
Hi, Dennis and team. Couple of questions about middle school and helping New Tech High School. So you have the
You know,
K.
my regrets, I made an error. I was supposed to ask for public comment first, so I apologize about that, Ellen. Public comment, Mr. Barrios.
We have 11 public comments, and this group has generously agreed to do 1 minute each for their public comments. If you could stand in line for those of you who will be speaking. In order, Lonnie DeWitt, Jorge Rodriguez, Anna Marie Oyoung, Cy Lore, Darius Wright, Aaron Walker, Dr. Lance Fang, Miles, Grace Trujillo, Mary Yang, Ken Durham, all right, please begin.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, distinguished board members. My name is Lonnie DeWitt, and I am the proud grandfather of these two adorable Yapashur Academy scholars, fourth grader Nevaeh Faustina and second grader Sasha Monet.
Najong.
As a member of the Academy Advisory Council and Community Action Team, I represent scholars, parents, caregivers, and the community at large. As such, as a collective effort, we respectively and collectively request that you approve our petition for the new middle school, Hidden Figures Academy. And I've only been given 2 minutes for public comment. Therefore, in respect of that, I will simply reiterate my comments in 140 characters or less. Please approve our petition for the establishment of Hidden Figures Academy Middle School. Superintendent Aguilar, distinguished board members, thank you again for giving me the opportunity to address this audience.
Thank you.
Or chow.
Thank both of you.
Hi, my name is Jorge Rodriguez. I am a proud 6th grade scholar of YPSA. I am here for you to vote for the brand new HFA Middle School, which stands for Hidden Figures Academy. This school is needed in Sacramento, California because there just aren't enough middle schools that offer STEAM. STEAM means science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, in case you didn't know. STEAM is unique to HFA because only one school in our area, SES, has similar program like STEAM, but HFA offers even more learning through teaching technology, extra math, and it brings back art. Hidden Figures Academy will actually incorporate STEAM in every single class. We need schools that offer these 21st century skills because I once saw a commercial about a famous basketball player that said, "There are too many of him." Then the scene changes and a teenager doing chemistry says, "Be like me, a person who loves science." This shows the world does at least need famous people to entertain us in a way. But the world also needs people that know 21st century skills. After I finish my education and graduate high school, these 21st century jobs will open to me. When I grow up, I want to be an engineer. I need a school that will teach me engineering, programming, coding, and advance my math skills. Please vote yes to open Hidden Figures Academy Middle School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jorge.
Hello, my name is Anna Marie Aoyang. I am a 6th grade scholar at Yahweh Shua Academy. I would really hope HFA to open up because this middle school is very unique. It will allow me to be who I am. For an example, HFA will have houses. Houses will allow us to work together, do a lot of hands-on things, and build long-lasting friendships. Each scholar will stay in their own house all the way to 8th grade. That will help them practice all the life skills and learn the hard skills. When I grow up, I want to become a pediatrician. At HFA, there are many study trips, and one of them is to Shriners Hospital. At Shriners, I can meet children that are very ill and also meet other pediatricians. I really hope that you vote for HFA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today I'm here to talk about the new middle school Hidden Figures Academy. I'm currently a 6th grade scholar at Yahweh Shua Academy. I'm very excited for the new middle school Hidden Figures Academy for multiple reasons. One reason is because it will be the only middle school in Sacramento City with a STEAM program. We decided to add in arts because we want every scholar to be able to express his or herself. Another reason that I'm excited to go to Hidden Figures Academy is that the scholars at YPSA gave their input on how the school will look, run, and what will be taught. There will also be clubs at the end of the school day and subjects and activities that we love. The last reason is that Hidden Figures Academy will allow me to continue with my studies in Taekwondo and the Hmong language. I would love to learn more about the Hmong language, culture, history, and more about Taekwondo. Thank you for your time, and please support Hidden Figures Academy. Have a nice day.
Good evening. What are the foundations to succeeding in school or in life? Some of you may say high IQ, economic, growing up on the right side of the street, or pure luck. Although these are a big role, it is not the foundation to success as the solid foundation to success as found in a study done by Dr. Angela Lee Duchworth. Then where does it come from? It comes from grit, hard work, perseverance, self-discipline, high self-esteem, and confidence. These are the foundational philosophy of Taekwondo. I teach it every day to every class and every student. I'm Zai Lor, owner of Aya Taekwondo. I've been practicing Taekwondo and teaching Taekwondo for over 15 years and teaching children ages 4 to 18 and sometimes older for 20 years. I've observed that the benefits of Taekwondo to every age has been nothing less than astonishing. In 2011, Taekwondo was taught at YPSA during the enrichment program. At that time, I saw confident scholars who were motivated to work hard and learn, which led to high test scores in 2013 and low disciplinary behaviors. I believe that with your approval of Hidden Figures Academy, we will exceed the standards once set by YPSA. We will do that by implementing the full philosophy of Taekwondo program to every student and every class so that the Hidden Figures scholars will be successful through grit, hard work, perseverance, self-discipline, high self-esteem, and confidence in the classroom and in life. Thank you, and we look forward to your approval.
Thank you. Let me just assure the folks that are here for the board workshop will be just starting in just a couple minutes. I apologize for the delay in that. Come on up. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I currently go to the School of Engineering and Science. I love learning new technology. For example, I am on the Robotic Lego Leagues and I take engineering as an elective. I really like that a lot of my friends from elementary school came to SES. It made me feel like I'm at home. I wish schools offered this STEM curriculums to other students have the same opportunities that I do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Darius Wright. I stand here today to speak on Hidden Figures and why it's needed. I was a former scholar at YPSA and last year's mayor. What I loved about YPSA was that not only did you bond relationships as friends, we would bond relationships as family. It was very sad when fellow sixth graders and I were split up in many different schools. We lost that connection. So when I heard about the new school, I was excited. I entered the naming contest and chose Hidden Figures. Hidden Figures mean the people in history who weren't recognized for the things they've done. Hidden Figures is needed because it will bring not only friends, but family back together. The true reason that Hidden Figures is needed is that scholars can continue to utilize body-brain compatible movements. Also, to give scholars a great environment to learn. At the school I'm currently attending, the learning environment is ruined by behavior issues. Hidden Figures is needed so that me and fellow peers can continue our road to success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, that was my son Darius.
Oh,
I'm
excellent.
Erin Walker. I just want to come on behalf of a parent of a graduate that's already done. It has been such a struggle. I don't have anything written down. This is straight from my heart. I have cried in 3 principals' offices. Like I couldn't find anywhere for my son to go. And the last resort was something that was a school that was just above the public school level. It's really not conducive for his growth as just a successful scholar. They worry about behavior too much, and also for where he is and where the YPS Academy family has built these children up to. We kind of teach them all of these things and fill them up and then send them out. Yes, he's portraying what they gave him, and he's standing up as a leader. However, these schools just aren't equipped for what Principal Shong and the YPS family has put together for these children. So please, please, please put it through so I can have somewhere, because right now I'm on the verge of homeschool, and this is just from my experience, and it's really, really rough, and it's hard for him to really, the transition is rough, not just because of the education-wise, but because of the behaviors of the students around, not to speak, down on anyone else's children, but what happens with the overachievers or the children who do have higher IQs and things. Us as parents, we're kind of left with just putting them, in what we can. And I don't have money for private school. So that's why I love the YPS family, and that's why he's been there from kindergarten to 6th. And so as him, a full Hmong-speaking African-American boy, I have no idea what to do with him. So if you guys can go ahead and just approve this for tomorrow, we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent, Mr. Aligar. I think, listening to the charters, again, choice. I think while we're waiting to have this opportunity in the public schools, I think it's a good opportunity to allow it now, because some parents can't wait. It's going to happen for them, and they want their children to succeed, just like that mom talked about. I know my child, I don't have time for changes to happen because we need it now. And it impacts a child, and I think these parents have, I don't know, but there's a lot of children that have been coming to these events. I haven't seen as many come from the regular public schools like they have. So that's an indication to you, these kids want a place. I'm advocating not just for my child, but for all children. And I think listen to the parents, listen to the child. Again, like I mentioned before, charter schools have certain regulations that they have to meet. If they don't meet it, they're closed. I have not seen that in a public school. We don't have the time. These children don't have the time. I know our future doesn't have the time either. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Yang. I'm a proud parent of YPSA, and I'm happy to be here tonight and thankful for this opportunity. As a parent of 4 scholars that attended YPSA, and 2 of which graduated out of YPSA, I have to say it's very hard, it's stressful to find another charter school that is independent with ISTEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, math, programs that focus on hard skills honor, empathy, accountability, respect, and teamwork. Win for what the scholar needs with intervention, tutoring, and support for the scholars. I know that our community needs more middle school choices. I have been turned down twice to a place where I wanted my scholar to go, but I had no choice to go to where they just wanted me to go because where I lived. Sorry. I believe that my scholars are my future. I know for our community, our parents, they don't speak very well English. But I think our future is now with a choice, because a great scholar becomes a great leader, and with great leaders, we'll have a great, successful future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board Member Hanson, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. My name is Kenneth Durham, and I'm here tonight as a member of the Sacramento community to say that I appreciate your service this evening, the decision you'll have to make on this charter and your service to our community. I'm here to just speak in support of the charter for Hidden Figures. I've had the pleasure over the last 7 months or so to work with, collaborate, speak with not only the petitioners and educators, but the families and communities. And what you have here is a community that has a way forward for itself, and they're asking for your support. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to the board workshop.
Good evening. A few familiar faces. Hello, Board President Hanson and Board Trustee and Superintendent Aguirre. My name is Dr. Lance Fang. I have the distinct honor to serve as the Vice Chair Board of the Urban Charter School Collective. A little over 6 years ago, I stood in this same spot as a community member voicing the support for YPSA. The district made the right choice to allow YPSA to open. A new dawn of learning started for children within the district. As a board member of the Urban Charter School Collective, it's been rewarding to see how much YPSA has made a difference to the scholar at the school. Today, I'm here to support the Hidden Figure Academy. Hidden Academy will continue the excellent tradition of practicing that has established by the YPSA. This academy will provide parents and scholars with choices and STEM educations, smaller class size. I'm confident that students at the Hidden Academy will excel in intern high school with the skill and discipline that enable success. I'm here to ask that the district board to make the right decision and again give our scholar an opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Hanson, members, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Miles. It has been great working with your administrative team that has gotten us here this far. It is needless to say that I, as the president of Urban Charter School Collective, is equally excited as the Yahweh Shore community is about this new endeavor we're taking on with this middle school. While you have heard about many of the great ideas that we hope to execute for our scholars and yours, I am sure you know it took many days, hours of brainstorming and collective expertise to synthesize the products that have been presented to you tonight. And we at Urban Charter School Collective and our awesome team that includes Dr. Ma, Ms. Roughton, and Superintendent Yah have all been greatly emboldened by your support and our great working relationship with you over the years. So with that being said, and in closing, it is with great respect and sincerity that on behalf of our board, staff, and families, that we'd like to thank you for yet another opportunity to serve the community together. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cochran.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers. Couple questions. So you're here asking for a middle school, and in 2 years, you're going to be here asking for a high school. No? Yes? Maybe?
No. Do you know why?
No.
The growth in this district, the way it is now, is middle schools. Middle schools are large. Sutter's your largest one, 1,200 kids. And then they're average about 600, 700. You have so many people frustrated, like the mom here, couldn't find a good middle school. Checked out every one of the seven, 8 schools you have, ended up at a charter school. Not happy. Our model focuses on young children. It's not a junior high. In 1909, in Columbus, Ohio, the first junior high was created as a place to put kids as we urbanized schools. They didn't fit in the old rural cage anymore, so here's elementary, here's high school, and here's middle school. They call them junior highs. Till about 1960, started calling them middle schools. 30 years ago, in 1989, CDE had a report called Caught in the Middle. You might remember that, Caught in the Middle. And the ideas they presented there 30 years ago are very much like the ideas we present here. We call them middle schools, but we don't design the schools around the children. Remember Jaime Escalante's reminder, how do they learn best? And I think when you get to the equity workshop, I'll stick around for that because it seems exciting. Because you're looking at barriers, and one of the barriers we have in middle school is we don't design the schools around the kids' needs. Kids at that age, they're risk takers, they want attention, they want peer approval, they want rewards. They want hands-on. You heard the young kids speak. They want to do things. They want science, robotics. You talk to kids, when we interviewed kids, when we developed this proposal, one word came out loud and clear. Sarah, you might know it. You heard your friends. Boring. That was the tone they gave us. School was boring. We want to make it exciting. And that's what you want. That's one of the barriers we have today, and you'll discuss it in the next hour or two. So, no high school, middle schools, maybe 2 or 3.
Well, thank you for the answer. I represent Area 2, and Sutter Middle School and Kit Carson Baccalaureate International Academy sit in my area. I couldn't have 2 finer middle schools in the district. Our district does have excellent middle schools, and this is probably being tasked to us to look at the model and open more middle schools. The model that you have is very good. I can't separate myself from the philosophy that I have and belief in public education, because I do think that it is the fiber that holds America together. It's something that we all do across this nation as we enjoy a free public school education. Another specific question for you is about teachers and the credentialing that they'll have. Where will you get them?
We're going to give them the same place as other public schools get them. We're required by charter school law to have credentialed teachers.
So you'll be competing with us for highly qualified credentialed teachers?
We're going to compete with the state of California for highly qualified teachers. If we need to go to Caltech, if we need to work with Teach for America, we want to find people who are passionate but also know content. When they know content, like science, it just comes out of them. And
right.
The kids will jump at it. They're not looking at a manual, okay, we're doing whatever.
Thank you.
Okay.
So to get fully credentialed qualified teachers, Sac City will be seeking them, as will you. And so it will be a direct competition for getting the qualified teachers in the classroom. So that's something that all board members should note when they make their decision. So, being tasked to do better is not a bad thing. The model that you have is good. I do think that we need more middle schools. But again, I support our new superintendent, his dig into data, his insistence on excellence in the classroom. I am not going to dilute that in any way by supporting charter schools. I love Dennis, and I appreciate very much the work that goes on at your schools. And I'm not a detractor from it. I am just simply a huge supporter of public education.
May I respond?
Surely.
Mr. Superintendent, I've never spoken to you, I don't know you, but I like your ideas. And I like your passion, Ellen. But things change, just like 20
I'd like
years.
you to please wrap up your comments, because we've got a
There was
lot of
no
folks
Facebook
waiting
20
for our
years ago.
next agenda item.
So what's happened now, in 1993, the state of California broke the monopoly on public schools and added charter schools as partners. We want to be partners for this community, not to be by ourselves, but to serve the city of Sacramento and the district. Thank you, thank you.
Go.
I will not be a partner with Donald Trump, Betsy DeVos, or Michelle Rhee. Good.
All right, let me just close, since I don't see any other comments from my fellow board members. If you haven't already provided the data, I just want to know the percentage of students that have IEPs in your school. Thank you. All right, next item, 9.0.
Thank you for your time.
Superintendent Aguilar will present. We'd like to encourage people to stick around for the presentation if you'd like to learn more about our district's equity, access, and social justice. Thank you.
I won't forward the slides. This one forward.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This was just another one we had.
My patience is unending now.
It is, because you're like, it's 2 months.
I'm actually on a 2-day fast. Today I broke it for the first time in like almost 40 hours.
I've never done that in my life. If your system
I lost a whole bunch of weight. It's like cleansing. Nathaniel's having to calm Christina down. Why don't we just do a quick 2-minute stretch for my board members? Stand up and we'll start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah. I want you to do about 15-minute presentation. Actually, 25 would be better.
Yeah, right? Yeah, so that's true. You have the option.
I'm going to pull some items off the consent agenda too that I'd like to have hearings on.
Yeah.
I'm immune to this.
Do you see any laughing?
I'm immune.
It is what it is. It is what it is. It's not make a question. It's not like
Oh, there is. Oh, yeah, yeah, that would be good.
I'll move it on to consent. That's good. Okay, good.
Is he cutting his presentation?
I think you need to run for president again, since you've got so many ideas of how to run this organization. Say 15 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Superintendent. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Hansen and members of the board. Obviously, this is a bit awkward in that normally I won't be presenting to you from the podium, but I think that today made me reflect a little bit on how popular the terms equity, access, social justice have become in the K-12 world. And I do think that we owe it to the public to describe what we think is equity, access, and social justice as a district. With that, I'd like to spend the next few minutes talking to you about our vision as a district for what we mean by equity, access, and social justice. The first element that I wanted to focus on this evening is the district's core value statement, which in and of itself was very inspiring to me as I considered the superintendency here in Sac City, because I think that it describes very appropriately what I think is at the heart of equity, access, and social justice. And that is that we recognize in Sac City that our system is inequitable by design. That's not just Sac City, it's public education in general. And that our task is to confront those inequities, to level the playing field for all of our students. And that, as a colleague of mine described on Friday of last week, we act as angelic troublemakers in addressing and interrupting and disrupting those inequities. So I want to be very clear that to me as your superintendent, this is not language that will just sit in grant proposals or in strategic plans, but rather a statement that I talk about quite often with all of our staff. That core value is aligned very much with the guiding principle that we have established for equity, access, and social justice, and that is that our task is to give all students an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Now, I anticipate that that statement will be used more often and sometimes misused more often as well. But I think that we owe it to our community to describe what we intend this statement to mean in Sac City. So the first thing that I want to make clear to our community is that equity, access, and social justice in Sac City means that we will display data in real time in such a way that those data trigger a moral call to action, irrespective of parent advocacy or ability to navigate Sac City Unified. Let's talk about what I mean by displaying data in real time. We have begun the process of developing databases that give us information in real time. This is an example of a database that we have titled the A to G Course Monitoring Tool. This database is available to our counselors, and it allows us to monitor for the entire district where our students stand in real time with respect to completing the A to G course pattern. So this image here shows that there's a drop-down menu and it has all of the schools listed there. It will immediately tell us for any of the schools how many of our students are on track for A to G completion and how many of our students are off track for A to G completion. We can see every single student's transcript analysis. We can see how they stand in each of the subject areas. And those data are intended to trigger a moral call to action irrespective of parent advocacy. And so what do I mean by irrespective of parent advocacy? This is a case study, and I want you to obviously understand that because of FERPA, we can't display information about this individual student. So we've simply blurred the image of this student, but this is a real case study. And it shows that this particular student, who is now a senior, has satisfied the history social science requirement that the UC, CSU, and most private colleges and universities have established, has satisfied the English requirement, which calls for 4 years of college prep English, has not satisfied and is still deficient by 1 year in mathematics, has satisfied the 2-year lab science requirement, is deficient 1 year in the 2-year foreign language requirement, is deficient by 1 year in the visual performing arts requirement, and as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, the student is not on track for A to G completion. This student is one of our students, and this is something that we can see in real time. In fact, this is a snapshot of the database. Now, using data to trigger a moral call to action literally means that as you see this information with the picture of this individual student, that call to action would have you sleep restlessly for all intents and purposes, because this is the system that we have maintained and that we have sustained in Sac City. And through the great work of our counselors and our registrars and our instructional assistant superintendents, our chief academic officer, our principals, our chief for continuous improvement and accountability. This is a snapshot that we took roughly on August 21st when we presented to our principals and our counselors and said that we were demanding that these data be displayed in real time and that we change conditions for these students. And so I want you to see this snapshot and compare it to this snapshot. So the previous one had the student not on track, and this one has the student back on track. We've now placed the student in pre-calculus. We've placed the student in a second-year Spanish course, and we've placed the student in a full year of a visual performing arts course. And by virtue of that, this student is now on track to complete the A to G course pattern. Here's another example. This is another student at one of our other high schools who was deficient by 1 semester in English, making her subject borderline. And as a result of the work of many of our staff, we made sure that she was appropriately placed in that course that she still needed. And you can see on the bottom right-hand corner that this student is now on track for A to G completion. Here's another one. This student was deficient by 1 semester in mathematics. And because of the work of many of our stakeholders, we worked to place that student in a math course that now has that student back on track for A to G completion. Here's another student that was missing a full year of visual performing arts, and we've now placed the student in a 1-year ceramics art course that is A to G approved and has the student now back on A to G track. And I can go on and on. I won't, but there are many, many of these case studies. And so this is how we're using data in real time to trigger a moral call to action. And I can tell you now having been at a board meeting for a fourth time, that none of the parents of these students came to us at the dais and said, I'm demanding that we address these deficiencies. And I highly doubt that they went to our school site and said, I want to make sure that my child, who's 1 year deficient in visual performing arts, is placed in a course to become A to G eligible. And so that's what I'm referencing when I say that equity and access demands that we take action irrespective of whether a parent or guardian understands how to navigate the complexities of any school district. The second element to what we define as equity, access, and social justice calls for this work to act as a check and balance to ensure that downdrafting practices, procedures, processes, and candidly traditions are identified and researched to determine the purpose of their continued use. Now, I want to point to this idea of traditions because many of you have heard the quote, the culture eats strategy for lunch. That is, that how we always do things becomes part of our culture. So equity, access, and social justice is about uncovering those things that we've always done and eliminating those things that we've always done that limit opportunities for students. So in this kind of case study here, this is a student that has several deficiencies, but you can see that through the work of our registrars and counselors and principals and others, we identified that this particular student had enrolled into Sac City from another school district, and we had not gone back and analyzed this student's transcript to determine whether the courses at the school district that he or she attended were A to G approved. And our counselors were here an entire Saturday, our registrars were here an entire Saturday doing that kind of work. And as a result of that, you can see the kinds of changes that we have now made by having gone back and conducted a deeper analysis of transcripts. This is a case where we just maybe had not done that kind of work with the level of fidelity to implementation that we will continue to expect in Sac City. You can see that these are all case studies where in combination of a registrar working with a counselor, changing course schedules, analyzing data much more closely, these students are on track now. I won't go through all of them, but these are all case studies.
When you say case studies, do you mean real-life examples of
Yes,
today?
all we've done is we've blurred those pictures out of, obviously, compliance for FERPA. Now, unless you've had a child go through our high school system or apply to colleges, many of us don't understand A to G. And so this is a matrix that describes what courses a student must take and pass with an A, B, or C, not a D, and certainly not an F, to be considered on track. So in those case studies where you see that the student on the bottom right shows on track no, and then after the work that we've done shows on track yes, that student was not on track to completing this pattern. By the end of the 9th grade year, you have to have 4 of these courses completed with an A, B, or C. At the end of the 10th grade year, you have to have 7. At the end of the 11th grade year, you have to have 11. And at the end of the 12th grade year, you have to have 15. Now, I want to show you this slide here, which shows the comparison between what data looked like with respect to A to G in Sac City on 8/20, August 20th, is when we met with our counselors, and what data looked like after last Friday, which was the deadline that we gave to our counselors, our registrars, and our principals to change conditions in the present on behalf of our students. On 8/20, we had 861 students that were on track toward completing 15 A to G units. No fewer than 15. And as a result of the wonderful work that took place over the course of just slightly shorter than a month, that number grew to 1,063. The number of students that were off track and thereby would have had fewer choices based on our guiding principle. Students have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices. So they would have had fewer post-secondary choices. On 8/20, that number was 1,246 students. And as of Friday of last week, that number had dropped to 1,083. So when you look at both of these charts together, you can see that the number of students that are now on track and the number of students who are off track show the exact type of trend that we want to see in Sac City. And that is still not satisfactory to me as your superintendent, but it also does demonstrate the proactive steps that we are taking as we look at data very closely. Now, if you look at this by each of our high schools, what you want to see is that top row growing, the bottom row becoming smaller. So at Hiram Johnson, we went from 66 students who were on track to 95 students. John F. Kennedy, we went from 156 students to 213 students. We dropped from 180 to 150. And you see this trend across our entire high schools. That's another view of the remaining high schools in Sac City. This is by ethnicity. Again, you want to see this growing. So for Hispanic students, we were at 278 on August 20th. And as of Friday, we were at 338. Asians, 319 to 378. So again, you want to see the top row increase and the bottom row decrease. This is by Asian subgroups. This is a request that we heard loud and clear from members of our community in the meetings that I've had with community-based organizations representing our API community. They were very clear that they had been asking for a long time that we disaggregate data further. And so our staff got on that task, and you can see that we can now see a number of our Asian populations, including Cambodian, Chinese, Filipino, Hmong, Japanese, Korean, Laotian, Vietnamese, and others. Again, you want to see the top row increase, you want to see the bottom row decrease, and that's in fact what you see. So that takes care of the first two definitions of equity, access, and social justice. And it leaves the third one, which is that we have to respect the value of data and establish a continuous improvement and accountability framework that is transparent and looks at these data by student, by name, by need, and by inequity and injustice because of that system that is inequitable by design. And I wish I could show you and disregard FERPA and show you the names and the faces of these students. These are the faces of all the students that were represented in the case studies that you just saw. And I've often said that we will treat data with utter respect because, as I've demonstrated, each of these case studies do represent an individual student in this community. So that gives you a summary of how we will define equity, access, and social justice in Sac City. Now, I want to share with you how we intend to deconstruct equity, access, and social justice in the form of a theory of change. This is what gives me confidence that if we can actualize each of the components of this theory of change, that in fact we will achieve greater equity, greater access, and social justice in Sac City. Well, that's our guiding principle, and it will sit at the core of this theory of change. And as I've said, it is a mouthful. It's a long statement. I have to take a deep breath before you state it all. Despite being advised to maybe shorten it and condense it and make it more concise, I've said no because I think we can all memorize this and state it in our sleep. So if this is the guiding principle that sits at the core of this theory of change, it is intended to try to close and act as a coupling, if you will, for the fundamental disconnect that exists between our public education sectors. That is, our K-12 system is not incentivized to work with higher ed. And our higher ed system is not incentivized to work with K-12. We have an accountability system that holds K-12 accountable for metrics, and another system that holds higher ed accountable for metrics. So when we talk about graduating with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options, there in fact isn't a framework that incentivizes us to actualize that guiding principle. So that is why we want to actualize it in Sac City, because it will serve as the couplings to close these gaps. Our graduation rate stands at 81.4%. It's at the county average, lower than the statewide average. You can see that when you look at the graduates and the ratio of our graduates as well as the ratio of our dropouts, the top graph, anything below that line means that students are underrepresented. So African American students in Sac City are not graduating at the same rate as, say, our Filipino students. And anything above that line in the bottom graph means that students are overrepresented. So African American, not Hispanic youth in Sac City are dropping out at a higher rate than, say, our white, Asian, not Hispanic students. We know this. Deming says that every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. every system is designed, perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. And so these are the results that we're getting. That is how we've designed the system, which is why that core value statement is so powerful and must be actualized. Let's talk about what we mean when we say all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate. These are different outcome patterns that when you look at data, you can summarize as you look at charts. So in a culture that is reflective of an impotent instructional culture, you see that nothing moves. Right? If you think of these as subgroups, everybody's just kind of cruising along. In an instructional culture that sheds knowledge, everybody's going down. In one that is characterized by equal performance, everybody's going up. Divergent performance, some are going up, some are going down. Convergent performance, everybody's going down toward the middle. And obviously what we're looking for is an equity-oriented instructional culture where everybody's going up as gaps narrow or close. Now, you'll excuse me for using data from Fresno Unified, where I held my last post, because we don't have this data yet here in Sac City, simply to demonstrate how and why I'm confident that we can achieve an equity-oriented instructional culture. This is the data from Fresno Unified showing graduation rates. But what's more critical is that when you look at this graph, shows what happened between 2009 and 2014-15, and I remind you of an equity-oriented instructional culture, you see that that graph looks very similar to an equity-oriented instructional culture, where there were big gaps in 2009 and 2010 among our subgroups. And you can see those gaps closing or narrowing over time, much like what's represented in that equity-oriented instructional culture. That's exactly what we're going to strive and accomplish in Sac City as well. What do I mean by if all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate, that they will have the greatest number of post-secondary choices? Well, that is represented by the number of students that complete the A to G course pattern. You can see earlier that that rate is increasing by looking at data over the past month. The number of students that are off track is decreasing in the work that we've done over the past few weeks. In Fresno Unified in 2009, the number of students completing A to G was 25% of 69% who were graduating. And we finished the year at 49% of 86% of students that were graduating. These are the only students that will have the greatest number of post-secondary choices. And finally, what do I mean when I say from the widest array of options? From the widest array of options. So we increase the number of students that graduate. We increase the number of students that have the greatest number of post-secondary choices. But what do we mean by from the widest array of options? This is very powerful research done by Carnival and others that shows what is happening nationally to our Hispanic and African American youth. 72% of new Hispanic and 68% of new African American enrollments into colleges and universities were at open access 2- and 4-year colleges. not critical of the community college system. I've had wonderful, wonderful meetings with Chancellor King and President Gutierrez to talk about how to build stronger systems that ensure a more seamless transition for our Sac City students to Los Rios Community College District campuses. But why is it that 82% of new white freshman enrollments were at the 468 most selective four-year colleges? Again, every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. So why are our brown and black youth much more likely to enroll in open access colleges and universities than their peers with the same academic profiles? We're in the process of identifying for our students, much like we did in Fresno, when it comes to what does this widest array of options mean. We took data from the National Student Clearinghouse and said, if you enrolled at UCLA and you graduated from Fresno, or now from Sac City 7 years ago, 5 years ago, what do we know about your academic profile? What was your GPA? How many A to G units did you have? What was your SAT score? What was your ACT score? How many AP units did you take? How many honors courses did you take? And we created a profile, an academic profile, for each of those colleges and universities to determine which were the most selective and the least selective colleges and universities for our alumni. So you can see that for the Fresno case study, the most selective colleges and universities among the UC campuses was Berkeley and LA. The most selective CSU campuses were Cal Poly SLO, San Diego, Long Beach, and Fullerton. And the least selective in the UC for those students was Santa Cruz, Riverside, and Merced. And for the CSUs, you can see that list. And then you apply those profiles to your students who have applied to colleges and universities, and you can see that even when students were eligible to apply, and have a high likelihood of being admitted to the most selective CSU campuses, in this case 104 were eligible based on those academic profiles, fewer than half of the students actually applied. And even fewer low-income students, just 35 students who were low-income applied. Why do I say low-income? Low-income students can apply to 4 UCs for free and 4 CSUs for free. So why is it that a low-income student who can apply for free to 4 CSUs and 4 UCs are applying at 1/3 of the rate that we should strive for? Because every system is perfectly designed to get us those results, unless you interrupt that system. You can see this happens for every one of those tiers. I would never, let me say it a different way, I will support my daughter in her choice for whatever system of post-secondary education she chooses. But I will expose her and I will empower her with the information necessary to make the decision that not only matches her academic profile, but fits her personality and her attitude and all of those kinds of things. But that's not happening when we look at data. Our students aren't even applying to the colleges that match their academic profiles. I'm going to come back to that. We'll come back to that notion. When it comes to students graduating with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options, there is something related to the colleges that match their profile, which could be very different than the colleges that fit their personality and who they are. Well, I would say, in the work that we have done, one of the reasons why you see those results is because we tend to point too often and too much on external forces. We will say things like, well, in that culture, the dads don't let their daughters go to colleges and universities. In that culture, they don't understand educational loans. They don't want their children to get loans. In that culture, parents don't have a college education, so they don't know the difference between a community college and a four-year. And we accept the outcomes. And so we self-negotiate our measures of success. And so when we do encounter a case of a student that we supported, maybe we went to visit the home, maybe we called the parent, maybe we spent some extra time talking to the young woman's father, or the young man's mother, whatever it might be, and they end up at UCLA, we say, but I was successful. I changed the life of that one child. But there's a lot that we didn't because we haven't systematized those interventions. And so we often fall into the trap of talking about what we want to achieve, and we spend less time talking about what we are achieving. So we'll say, I wake up every day making sure that I do everything I can so that every student has an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. But we don't spend enough time or as much time talking about how many are actually graduating and how many actually have the greatest number of post-secondary choices and how many are applying or pursuing a choice from the widest array of options. So we want our staff, and I'm demanding that our staff model a behavior where we say it's not the external forces that will play a role in whether I have an influence as to whether that guiding principle comes to life. I can have a direct impact on whether that guiding principle comes to life for every one of our students. And what I demand as an employee is that we articulate the measures of success. What is the A to G completion rate that we are striving for? What is the rate at which we want students to pursue post-secondary choices? We didn't self-negotiate it. We actually commit to an articulated set of measures of success. And that we accept that our task is to change conditions in the present, just as we changed conditions in the present in a span of about a month for all of those case studies that I demonstrated earlier. I said to all of our staff, we will not lament outcomes and what we could have done next summer when we have retreats, or we invite each other to barbecues to celebrate the end of the year. Kind of talk about what we could have done and we look at our data. Instead, we are going to create windows for targeted intervention. Just as we did with those case studies, we said it's August 21st. We're going to work with you and support you. But that window ends on September 15th. And that's what we demonstrated. We have other systemic gaps that prevent us from doing even more, namely our master schedule, which we will spend a lot more time studying over the course of this year. Now, the journey between staff that might be operating in the influence sphere, because those external forces are real. In fact, I said in my weekly message a week ago how real those external forces are. I go to sleep every night hoping that we can go through a day without text messages from our staff describing the impact of those external forces that are associated to poverty and gentrification and violence. Those forces are real. The gap and the journey that one must traverse when you're operating in the influence sphere versus the impact sphere will cause a great deal of anxiety for many of us. And for some of us, it will cause a great deal of excitement. And in between that journey, there will be excitement one day and anxiety another day, and anxiety one day and excitement another day. But I've stood with our principals on 3 occasions, and I've said we are going to traverse that journey together. And we are going to provide you the supports necessary to traverse this journey successfully. And I've also said I will also respect if after reflecting on this professionally and personally, you're convinced that those external forces are so great that you disagree with me that we can move from influence to impact. But I have to model, as the superintendent, a behavior that we can have a direct impact on whether or not our students will have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Now, beyond that, we have, in our theory of change, 4 tenets that we are paying close attention to. The first one is, how effective are we in our supervision and evaluation of staff and of ourselves? Just as Member Cochran is chairing the committee that will evaluate me, how effectively are we monitoring the supervision and evaluation of ourselves? How effective is our curriculum and instruction, our professional learning? So here's an example of what I mean by that. This is a student who you can see failed AP Biology their senior year and passed their AP Biology test. That's a good thing for that student. But we have to look at how the curriculum and instruction, the professional learning, and the supervision and evaluation tenets are working together or not. When a student fails an AP class but passes their AP test. Here's another case, which is the opposite. Student passes with A's and gets a 1 and a 2 in their AP test. And we have to question and dig deeper into the relationship between these tenants. Where are they living in silos in our district? Here's another one. See, the student took AP. It's another case study where a student as a junior took AP Calculus, got 2 A's, which is a very good thing, took the EAP test that the CSU administers through our SBAC, and scored conditionally ready, which means that if that child chooses to attend a CSU, they will have to take a summer course before they enroll at the CSU campus. Now, why would we be okay with students passing AP Calculus with an A, but scoring conditionally ready on a placement test for the CSU, giving up their summer, paying for that course? And I'm convinced that it comes back to the relationship or non-relationship of these tenants. Now, our district, like every other district, like every other charter school that was here, usually has somebody that's responsible for professional learning. We have somebody responsible for curriculum instruction, somebody responsible for supervision and evaluation. The question is, to what extent are those tenants invading each other's space? Invading each other's space. Literally invading each other's space. Colleagues coming together and saying, why is it that we are seeing these types of case studies? Well, again, those tenants are present in our district and in pretty much every district that I have operated in. And when they're separated, this is the theory of change that we will advance for equity, access, and social justice. I want to show you this case study here of one of our students who is an EL student who entered our district as a 6th grader and must have come from another district because her fluency in English was early advanced. There's only five performance strands. In 7th grade, she was advanced. According to the assessment given to her as an EL student, she scored at the highest performance strand. And yet, as a senior today, she is still an English learner. And you can see that as we are working with our principals, we are taking these case studies, deconstructing them, and saying, here's the name of the student, here's the elementary that this student attended, here's the middle school that this student attended, and so we are going to form a colleagueship of expertise. A colleagueship of expertise. Why is it that, and to what extent are we not looking at data and saying, Principal Wu, you had her as an elementary principal. Principal Hansen, you then had her as a middle school principal. And now I have her as a high school principal, and she's still an English learner. We should do that irrespective of whether a parent is empowered or comfortable navigating our educational system. I doubt that the parent of this young student has been empowered or has come to our board meeting demanding action. You can see that on top of not redesignating this student, she was still 1 semester deficient in English to complete the A to G course pattern. All we have to do is find a way to give that student the opportunity to repeat the English 11 semester course where she got a D. That's exactly what we're doing. Now, you heard a little bit about it from our petitioners. I've never said that every student has to go to college. I've only said that a student should have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices. In its purest sense, high school is secondary school. So post-secondary, after high school, the student is just 1 semester shy of having the greatest number of post-secondary choices. Now, if that student were to say, or his or her parents or guardian said, I don't want my child to take that 1 extra semester to have the greatest number of post-secondary choices, well, our counselors are being tasked to leave evidence as to why that student would not want to have the greatest number of post-secondary choices. Is it because they're raising a child? Is it because they're caring for a sick relative? But what we will not accept is anecdotal evidence. Yeah, I called the student in, student didn't come in to see me. Or yeah, I kind of remember that he or she said, yeah, I'm not interested, my parents are going to make me work, but we have no evidence of it. That's contrary to this idea of having a framework of accountability built on continuous improvement. So again, these are the 2 spheres of our theory of change separated. And I want to suggest that what we are striving to do in Sac City is invade the space of each of those tenets. You can see in our theory of change, for the purpose of bending the arc of possibilities. Bending the arc of possibility. Literally, a twig bent as much as we can before it breaks, before it snaps. And that's represented in this case study. This is a Fresno case study, but it's exactly what we are going to do in Sac City. You look at this case study up to the 10th grade year. Look at how many D's and F's that student had. In a culture of influence, where external forces are attributed for having these results, some folks might say, you know, you'll be lucky if you graduate. You have a lot of D's and F's, son. You can see what we did, though. We increased our investment in summer school, and that student was able to take modern world history in the summer as a sophomore. You see in the junior year, that student took English 3 through the Apex online program. In fact, what we did through the summer program is we said, if you have a D or an F, you don't opt into summer school, you have to opt out. We're pre-registering you for summer school. If you want to not go to summer school, you have to tell us you're not coming to school. That's interrupting an inequity, because our system is designed to make a student opt in. Well, we know what that system produces. Very few kids, unless you're the child of an empowered parent who takes advantage of that. Interrupting an inequity means we pre-register you, we invest in you, and you can opt out. You can say, I'm not interested in it. But we've prepared the opportunity for you. We've hired the necessary teachers to give you the opportunities that are reflected in that guiding principle. You can see that as a senior, this student has been given all of the opportunities, bend that arc of possibilities, and after the 9th and 10th grade year, when folks would have argued you might be lucky to graduate, this student is not only graduating, but is on track to complete A to G, which means that he or she will have the greatest number of post-secondary choices. And this is possible. It will cost us money to redesign our summer programs, but this is why we will do it, to bend the arc of possibilities for students. Because we will look at data by student, by name, by need, and by inequity and injustice that our current system is putting that student through. Again, I wish I didn't have to comply with FERPA and we could show you these pictures. So equity, access, and social justice will be the backbone of Sac City. It's not just an initiative about A to G. It will apply to facilities. It will apply to staffing. It's not a standalone initiative just to make sure kids graduate. It's to make sure that they are in a safe learning environment with the resources that are necessary to succeed. So that our system isn't just working for parents who are empowered and feel comfortable navigating a complex organization. So with that, I want to thank you. Again, I know this is awkward. I normally won't be presenting to the governing body that has hired me, but I do think that it was important for this one instance to express to you and to our community what equity, access, and social justice will mean to Sac City.
Public comment, Mr. Barrios?
We have 4 public comments. If you could come up in order. Angie Sutherland, Angel Garcia, Tony Colley Perry, and Darlene Anderson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I have a daughter who's in 6th grade, and wanted to come here tonight because equity, access, and social justice are super important. And I'm a little disappointed in the limited definition based around post-secondary choices and A to G requirements and AP classes. I think there's a lot more to it than that, and I'm looking forward to some more principles being added and spelled out there. And right now, there's not equity and access for our students. Even just access within the schools and within the classes and enrichment activities and extracurriculars, there's not equity in that. And so I was hoping to hear more of a focus on that. There's not equity in discipline. That's a huge thing. I've been putting together my own list of the schools. Right now, when you look on the websites, you have to go and search all over the place to find out which schools have what programs and which of them have special education. That's not listed. The special education classes, that's on a separate list that not everybody gets. And so we need a resource that shows what are the options that we can access for our students. And also, students with disabilities are often left out of the definition of equity and diversity. And I didn't see any students with disabilities listed in the data that was presented tonight, and that's very disappointing. I would like to say that I hope that the results of the special ed audit are not pushed under the carpet. We want to know that those recommendations and all that work is going to be implemented, and we'd like to know what the plans are for that. I think we need to listen to our students' stories and not just data on a paper, and parent stories. So I hope that that is part of this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Angel Garcia, and I'm a parent in the district. I'm also part of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I didn't prepare anything, but I jotted down tons of notes, so forgive me if I'm jumping all over the place. I, too, am very disappointed by what the definition of social justice, overarching what equity and access is. I'll tell you that I'm a high school dropout. I dropped out of high school. And if it wasn't for a program, summer program that introduced me to Los Rios, when they identified me as an at-risk student, I wouldn't have went on later in life and got my bachelor's and my master's degree. There's a reason why there was all these kids from Saba. These are the throwaway kids. My oldest son went to Saba. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get emotional. There's a reason why we have so many charters here. There's a reason why my son with a disability is at the Met. A through G is not the only post-secondary option, and I keep hearing it, and it really upsets me. There was a policy brief mentioned at the task force regarding our deficit in individuals with bachelor's degrees. There's also another policy brief that I urge all of you guys to read. It's called California Need for Skilled Workers, and it's from PPIC as well. There's almost 40% in each bucket of individuals with bachelor's degree that are going to be needed because there's a gap. But there's also almost 40% of individuals who need less than a bachelor's degree, but some college. We really need to look at options for all of our students. In the case studies, we need to think about our foster youth, our low income, our English learners, and our students with disabilities, not folks that are only taking AP courses. If we look at longitudinal data, and look at wage data, educational outcomes, individuals utilizing social service programs, those who went to jails, those are our students. Those are the kids that need the educational options. So we need career development strategies. We need to improve climate. We just had a workshop on climate and students with special needs, and we had a lot of directors there from various programs. So I'm going to say that, you know, this idea, although it fits some of our kids, we need to form a broader perspective of what social justice means in our district and what it means to have equity and access. And I'm going to leave with an ask. So on some of the data yesterday at the graduation task force, it did mention students with special needs. I'm going to ask that you guys disaggregate that data and look at racial categories of students with special needs. And I also want to thank all board members who asked for all the charter schools to provide individuals with IEPs, but I think it should speak volumes that 21% of SAVA students had IEPs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak. As a past Sac City Unified School District employee, as a classified employee for 16 years, I've kind of stayed away. I have a sister that pretty much comes every Thursday. No need for me to come. But I do want to say a couple of things. I think that I would like to thank the superintendent for being one of the first superintendents that I've heard that listened. Listening is very difficult. Being the director of the Family Life Center in Oak Park, I realize how easy it is not to listen when you have employees. And I've had to really take my time and be the last to speak in a lot of meetings. So I appreciate that. And the reason why I came, my sister's so excited about you. She can actually leave with confidence that you'll be able to get the job done. So I thank you for that, because it's really important, because I had a student that didn't graduate. He's 23 and he's in the Conservation Corps. And I myself didn't graduate from Kennedy with a 1.9. It's strange when I got Phi Kappa Phi. I didn't even know what it was. So getting A's and getting B's, all those things are important at times, but I think the issue is, can we get a climate where people love our children? It'll be very difficult to get back those kids from Sava. They're being loved. And our students need love in order to change their mind about, to be motivated, to do well. As the director of the Family Life Center in Oak Park, I guess the thing I would see is I'd like you to work on the younger children too, because they, then we could win on the top and the bottom, right? So we're trying to move forward and have an after-school program at the Family Life Center in Oak Park. And I really would like to have a meeting with you to talk about how we can do that. I really appreciate the efforts of the board. I really haven't been here in a long time, so it's good to see everyone so committed to change. And I'm beginning to find out it's probably the hardest thing that we do outside of loving people. So thank you so much tonight. Good night.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Excellent
The bar's
presentation. Darlene Anderson. I'm just going to, data, I'm saying data, but I'm saying, data drives opportunity for young people. And so when I still look, I see the missing pieces, special education, of course. And then I know that some of the families that I work with have that Z-coded curriculum. Now, I don't know what you're going to do with that Z-coded curriculum, because it means that kids are in the 8th grade doing 1st and 2nd grade work. And so just because you got a 4.0 and you're at San Brannon, doesn't mean you really got a 4.0. But the 4.0 is there, and I was confused as I was going through the hearing process about what that really meant. And it had to do with behavior, but then the child had a behavior record that was out of the world. So I think when we start looking at just what we're doing here, this is what my sister says. Saba packed the room, and I'm telling you, when Saba was taking kids from this district, I was frustrated because they were just leaving, and I don't think they really had an opportunity. So I filed a state level compliance complaint, and they closed them. Then obviously they reopened, and now they're giving kids an opportunity to feel like they're worthy. Well, you can't expect kids to stay in this district when they're not worthy. You can't expect them to stay in high school when they're not earning credits. F is an F, and F means failure. F means failure to thrive, a public service. And so when I look at who's not benefiting, I'm looking at a lot of kids who are minority. And, 50 years after the Brown versus Board of Education, and we still haven't figured out how we can be acceptant of all people. It's critical that we accept all kids. It's critical that we make functioning American citizens and people who believe in America and people who want to believe in the opportunity to thrive and to make a better system. We can't continue to do what we do and just cater to the few, because our system is catering to a few schools that happen to be established for a long time, and then we have a lot of kids in a lot of schools who are just barely making it. But that barely making it is real, because they are not successful when they get in the public arena. So it's a beginning. It's still a lot of work. And new superintendent, I don't envy you a bit. Your work is cut out for you, and you probably won't make a lot of friends, but you're not here to make friends. You're here to make successful young people. And so I thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right, board member comments. Member Pritchett.
Sorry. Thank you, President Hansen. Where do I even start? Some of the speakers that came here, I can relate to you. I was a high school dropout. I dropped out of school when I was 17 years old, and I had a baby when I was 18. It took somebody to believe in me that I could go back to school and get my GED and be somebody. And I'm sorry, I might get emotional. Here I am today. I have a good job. I sit on the Board of Education to represent the students and our parents and our community members, and they believe in me, and I think I do a pretty good job. You know, so when I ran for school board, and let me mention now, I am in college now. I sit on the Board of Education, and I also go to school at night. When I ran for the Board of Education, somebody asked me, "Do you feel that fire in your belly?" And I kept on thinking of that phrase while our superintendent was speaking. Because you know what? This is one of the reasons why I ran for school board. This is what makes me feel that fire in my belly. So thank you, Superintendent. Thank you for caring about our children in our district. Thank you for talking about the hard stuff that we haven't always spoken about. Thank you for showing us the truth. It's important to know that, you know, this happens to many of our students. I've had 2 children that have gone through the Sacramento City Unified School District. Both struggled. My latest one that graduated 3 years ago, I can't even remember, time flies so fast. Some of those case studies spelled her name out completely. It could have been her picture. She got a D her first year of algebra. She continued, she got good grades, she was doing okay, but she still had that D. She spoke to a counselor many times. She had teachers that cared about her, but nobody caught it. She went on to do second-year algebra and passed. Well, you know, her senior year, her goal was to go to a 4-year university. She applied for many. We spent a lot of money on applications for her to go away. But you know what? We got denial letter after denial letter after denial letter, all because of that first-year algebra grade. She was not eligible for a 4-year university. Could you imagine how heartbreaking that was for her? How hard she tried? That's just one story of many, many of our students. You know what, Superintendent Aguilar? I wish that you were superintendent when my kids were here, because I truly feel that they would have had a better outcome. Sorry, let me just gather my thoughts. This is, I'm glad that we're talking about this. And, you know, I'm glad that you're telling us that the things that we need to do to make changes, but it also cannot be just the counselors that are meeting with our students to be able to catch these things. It needs to be the responsibility of all of us. We all need to be held responsible for these students, every single one of us, not just the parents, not just the counselors. It needs to be the teachers. It needs to be the principals. It needs to be the district staff. It needs to be this board that's responsible to make sure that our kids are not only graduating, but they have the option to go to college if they like. Now, I'll tell you, my daughter went off to junior college, and she's thriving. She loves it. Thank goodness that she had that. You know, I think I'm just going to end my comments there. I just think that thank you for bringing this to us. I cannot wait to see what else is to come. And, you know, this work, I know that we had some critical things that were said, and I know this work is, there's a lot to be done, but it's a place to start. So thank you.
Member Cochran.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank Member Pritchett. You know, it should not be a mystery how you can get to college. And it's clear from Amber's experience and hundreds of other people's experiences with their children that it's a mystery. And why is that? Why is it a mystery? Why don't parents know that you follow stepping stone A, B, C, you pass these courses, and you have a shot to get into these universities? It's a communication problem. The way that the superintendent has articulated what the problem is and how to fix it is crystal clear. And I'd like to just take a few moments to comment on where we go from here. I'd like to thank the people who came up and spoke about special education. And I'd like to remind the people who were here earlier that have remained the evening that I acknowledge the work that groups like SAVA is doing, and I appreciate them. And I know that there is a great deal of importance in education beyond A through G. However, No one who goes through our public school system should be shut out of A through G because there's a mystery to unravel in order to understand how to get there. It should be as plain as a piece of paper and pencil and direct instruction. If this superintendent is going to be successful, the board has to support him 100%. And it's going to be difficult because it's going to require funding more programs and making sure that we have the highest quality of counselors, teachers, and educators in this district. We are going to have to fund summer school like we haven't funded it for years. We're going to have to fund programs that do call out to children who are not necessarily going to jump right into university. We have to help our children know what the stepping stones are, communicate to them clearly, and give them every single opportunity to succeed. I'm going to support this superintendent, and I hope that everybody on this board does, everybody in this room and who is involved and passionate about public education in this district. This is what it's all about, and this is our big chance, and I'm not going to miss it. And I hope everybody else is going to be there to help him help us.
Well, let me add in, I think for those who don't know why we made the decision we did with this superintendent now has a better idea of why the board made the decision we did. It's going to be a push for all of us, a welcome push, because it is motivating and inspiring, and it really helps all of us do even better work. So I'm super excited about that. And to see a 25% increase of students on track for A through G compliance, completion, that was 200 people. That's just of seniors. 200 people's lives were potentially changed right there. That's exciting. I'm curious, I assume that some of the next steps are that we push down that from students who are in 12th grade, because we could make an impact this year in their lives, but we are able to move that into looking at people in 11th grade, 10th grade, 9th grade, so we make sure people are on track earlier, so the work that has to be taken doesn't have to be so dramatic. I'm also sympathetic that even in the best of times, probably 50% of students are going to decide that they want to go to college. A lot of other students are going to decide to do other things after they graduate. But unless we're even getting them graduated, they're not going to have the options to go into apprenticeship programs with the building trades, or go into the military, or go straight into the workforce, or all the different things that are possible. So I'll look forward to seeing that be part of this as well. And I grabbed a couple of the folks that were outside that, said they were disappointed. I asked them, I said, don't be disappointed, share your wisdom with us so we help us provide better services for our students. So I want us to be positive moving forward. There's been plenty of mistakes, obviously, that are made in the past. I'm sure we'll make plenty more in the future, but there's no need to be disappointed if all of us are working together. So I think that's a great message out of this, and I applaud this, and it's going to be a continual part of our board meetings moving forward. We're going to add this kind of an element to discuss academics and the things that we're doing in the here and now, and not lament over the summer barbecues of what we could have done. So I enjoyed it very much. Thank you. Very educational. Member Ryan.
Thank you, President Hansen. I want to thank Board Member Cochran for so beautifully articulating the need to invest and see this vision through. And I also want to thank Board Member Pritchett for having the courage to share her story, and also the personal journey of both of her children, who, had they been identified and put back on track, would have in fact had maximum post-secondary opportunities. And fortunately, they are resilient and able to progress irrespective of the fact that there was not someone identifying that gap. But the reality is that there are thousands of students that aren't as resilient do not find a path forward when they fall off, and that is unacceptable in any circumstance. Tonight's presentation for me was a breath of fresh air because I remember coming on the board almost 3 years ago and lamenting the lack of vision, the lack of urgency there was for the students that we were failing daily, students who were overcoming insurmountable obstacles and trauma that some of us don't even know how to begin to grapple with. And yet, we weren't saying that we needed to orient around a common North Star, which is student achievement. Irrespective of life circumstance, we should all be pushing to maximize student potential. And that's what we heard tonight, both with the guiding principle and the vision that was put forward. When we talk about 202 students who in a span of a month went from being off track to on track to pursue their college dreams, it's nothing short of astonishing to me. That's 202 lives that will not be marked by disappointment with a very simple intervention that was put in place with systemic change, vision, and a sense of relentless urgency. I look at how that breaks down in our high schools, and I think it's important to say that's 57 students, 57 lives on track that wouldn't have been on track before at John F. Kennedy. That is 29 lives on track that wouldn't have been on track before at Hiram Johnson, 38 at Rosemont, 13 at Luther Burbank, and 12 at McClatchy. I want to see us continue to grow those numbers, but not to lose the sense of urgency for the students who aren't as fortunate today. And I just want to add a couple other items. We heard Superintendent Aguilar say that culture eats strategy for lunch. Well, I think what he has said is we have to have the courage to come together and be bonded in a culture that is equity, access, and student achievement, social justice to its core. So that will require each of us to have a mind shift and a willingness to stretch ourselves in ways that perhaps we haven't before. As we talk about grit and character and determination, we're going to have to do some things that make us uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, if we are oriented around a culture of student achievement that is more than just equity in statement, I believe we can be successful, and I think that we can and will be successful with each and every one of our community members, our educators, and the people in this room tonight. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, we are going to do a little bit of a shift on the, Mr. Wu, a late comer. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Wu.
Thank you, President Hanson. Sorry to be so slow. I too want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and one of my mantras is, we don't know what we don't know. And I can assure you, having sat here on this dais for 7 years, we had the heart, and we had the willingness, and we had the desire to move things forward, but we didn't know how to do it. And I think today we saw the first glimmer of how we can actuate and execute what the vision and the desires that we've always had. Because we didn't have that plan before, and that's why we were struggling, because we knew something could be done, but we just didn't know what it was. And I think we've seen the first stages, the first steps towards that as we work towards continuous improvement for our children. So thank you.
Let me give Superintendent Aguilar an opportunity to close this item out.
Thank you, President Hanson. I did see the folks that asked about special ed. The slide that shows how our databases are being built does indicate whether a student is special ed, foster, homeless, et cetera. But because of FERPA, we weren't going to include that information in the slides. I've been very clear with our staff about the importance of deconstructing the Council of Great City School special ed audit. In fact, yesterday I brought together some of our senior staff to deconstruct a case study of one individual student. I received a report that a student who, as we deconstructed the case study, is a special ed student. and was seen sitting on his porch shirtless on a school day. I brought our staff together and asked them to demonstrate humility and modesty in identifying the deficiencies and the gaps, internal gaps, as a district that we have to address when we look at that individual case study. And we saw that he had an IEP, and we identified that we could have been more proactive. Our intention is to then go to our city partners as well as our county partners and say, would you do the same deconstruction and identification of gaps so that we can eventually work toward a robust data exchange agreement and identify first responders. If the student is being served by the Department of Social Services or another agency, that we identify who the first responder and the protocols that are going to be developed, because we will not be able to succeed alone. And those are conversations that we will have. So rest assured that as I enter into my third month as superintendent, this is an area that is absolutely critical, that we continue to demonstrate some modesty and some humility in accessing information, as Member Wu said, that we might not know, to help us identify those traditions, those practices, policies, and procedures that are downdrafting and limiting student opportunities.
Very good. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we're going to make a little bit of an agenda shift. So I'd like to move item 10.1 onto the consent calendar. And then we will, just ask if there are, so we'll skip that item for public comment, but unless it needs to be pulled off or there's any board need to do that. And then I'd ask if there's any public comment on 10.2 or 10.3. Mr. Barrios, I don't know if anyone's turned in a public comment card for 10.2 or 10.3.
No public comments.
Okay. So because those are just first readings, we will bring those back for our second reading, our next board meeting. So with that, we are on the consent calendar with the addition of 10.1. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Thank you. Our business and financial reports received. Future board meeting, we will see you on October 5th. Thank you very much. Oh, and let me make a quick announcement. Sac City Unified will have a booth at the Farm to Fork Festival at the Capitol Mall on Saturday, showcasing our ever more tasty and healthy food for our families. So come on down. It'll be tons of fun. So we're looking forward to it. It's the first time we've done it.
Minutes early.
Oh, because we cut. Adjourn?
No, not yet.
Oh, we're not adjourned yet?
We haven't adjourned.
Oh, do I have a motion to adjourn from our student board member, Nguyen? So moved. And a second. And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Chet.
All right.
Thank you.
This is Chet Curtis with PCG.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, sorry. Nice.